How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone pit. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone pit. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
so they tolerate her?
Oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
And I've learned a lot from Karlyn Borysenko, who goes in undercover with the left. And I've figured out from looking at her work, like when I first saw her stuff, I was like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. I need to like connect with her. And she actually, the first time I got assaulted in 2025, followed me and sent me messages, and she checked on me for months, just privately. It was so nice to have somebody like, are you okay? But I could tell she knew what she was talking about, and I subscribe to her. I look at all her stuff. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. I've learned so much.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheits komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheits komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheits komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats, liberals, or progressives on Socialism Saturday. No, Democrats and socialists are not the same thing. No, liberals and socialists are not the same thing. No, progressives and socialists are sadly not the same thing. We are watching real revolutionary socialists and communists, the people pushing every crazy idea in the world today. I got the beer. Don't worry about it. I got the beer. I got the fucking relax. You want to know who put critical race theory and anti-racist education in schools? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's queering and transing the kids, doing drag queen story hour, abolishing the nuclear family, shouting their abortion, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice, pro-Palestine protesting, anti-ICE organizing, attacking Jake Lang in Minneapolis and trying to kill him, abolish the police, the autonomous zone in Madison. It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Every crazy idea in the world today has an origin point, and it is the radical revolutionary far left in America. And so on Saturdays at 6 p.m. Eastern Time or thereabouts, we take some time out to go into the leftist natural habitat. You guys need to understand what we're doing here. We are observing the left like Jane Goodall observed the chimpanzee. Is it the chimpanzee or the gorilla? I always forget which Jane Goodall studied. The monkey. That we can do it generalized, okay? We are observing the socialists in the wild, just like Jane Goodall sat there and watched the monkeys or the chimps or whatever the fuck that woman was watching and observing them in their natural habitat. All right. See, my own chat doesn't even know. Some people think it's gorillas. Some people think it's shit. Monkeys, apes, gorillas. I don't know. Chimps. Google says chimps. Okay, let's go with that then. Google probably knows. You know what? We're not interested in your technicalities. We are not interested in your autistic technicalities, average person. Okay. WSS Kennedy gifting the first channel membership of the show over on Rumble. Way to start off Rumble correctly. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. So we are observing the socialists in their natural habitat. We are doing this as detached observers. Think of it as like we have the socialists in a giant cage like at the zoo. They're basically in a giant ass snow globe. And the socialists are doing what they do. They're having their meetings. They're doing their protests. They're chanting their chants. And we're literally sitting there watching them and observing them and documenting what they do and studying them like zoo animals. That is what we are doing on this channel, guys. We are studying the left as though they are zoo animals. We are doing it to understand their subculture. We are doing it to understand their norms. We are doing it to understand their language. Because you might think you understand the left if you watch conservative clickbait bullshit. I promise you, you have no idea until you have actually sat down and watched the left in their natural habitat and you have watched the full content and the full context of what these people say when they think people like us aren't listening. You don't know anything. Is there anyone that's new here for Socialism Saturday? 1 in the chat if you're new for Socialism Saturday. 2 in the chat if you've been around for a couple previous Socialism Saturdays. 3 in the chat if you're a veteran and you've been around forever and you've heard me give this speech a million times. 1 in the chat if you're new, like brand new. 2 in the chat if you've been around for a couple. 3 if you're a veteran and you know all this shit. Yo! Kay Banfield over on Rumble. Rumble is already kicking YouTube's ass. We just got $100 Rumble rant from Kay Banfield. W's to you, my dear. I so appreciate the support. Earlier this week, I was bitching in public how the far left was taking over. I was attacked and accused of not knowing what the far left is. Every time I tried to spell out the 4 goals, he lost his mind. The 4 goals of the left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in the Marxist utopia. That is what we haven't talked about the 4 goals in a minute. We haven't had a good discussion about the 4 goals of the left in a minute. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Every time the left is doing anything, and I mean anything, they are trying to achieve one or several of those 4 goals. They could be just doing 1 goal. They could be doing 2 goals. They could be doing 3 goals. Sometimes the left is implementing tactics that could potentially hit on all 4 goals. So it could be one or any combination of these goals. Gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. The goal is always the overthrow of capitalism and the implementation of communism in America. That means the abolition of the federal government. That means the abolition of the Constitution. That means the abolition of the police. That means the abolition of borders. That means the abolition of parental rights. Means a lot of other stuff too. But that is what you have to look forward to when the left wins. And we know this because we watch them all the time. We watch them all the time. We listen to what they say when they think people like us are not listening. We do not follow the clickbait content. We do not follow libs of fucking TikTok. We do not watch bullshit taken out of context that makes it onto Fox News. We don't watch the latest Zionist influencer like Data Republican. And by the way, W me for being completely right about Data Republican, because everything I ever said about that leftist DEI hire turned out to be true, apparently. And Data Republican is out of the good graces of the Trump administration now because Data Republican had a meltdown on Twitter when someone in the Trump administration tried to get her documents to leak to the public. And then Data Republican responded by not understanding what was going on and having a massive meltdown on Twitter. And it was beautiful. And everything that I've ever said about Data Republican is true. You're welcome. I tried to tell you. She was doing shitty AI analysis. I tried to tell you that her data was not matching up with evidence in the real world. I tried to tell you that I caught her willfully disseminating misinformation and then ignoring it and pretending it never happened. I tried to tell you that she was a conservative narrative shill that was being fed stuff by the Trump administration and by the right-leaning people in her. I tried to tell everyone. The people who listened to me saw the downfall of Data Republican coming a year ago. The people who didn't listen to me and attacked me and said, Karlyn, you're just a liberal trying to trick us. No, I was right about everything I said. Again. You're welcome. Anyway. We have a very full Socialism Saturday. And for a nice change, I told you guys at the end of the Jake Lang stream, I was going to go get some beer. Now, listen, we're going to do the beer thing a little different. And the reason we're going to do the beer thing a little different is because half of the beers I got were not actually chilled yet. This is actually a practical decision. Now, listen, I haven't had beer on the channel in a really long time because, as it turns out, I needed to lose weight to be able to disguise myself better to go undercover with the left. Yo, Mike, thank you so much. I will count that as a channel membership, bro. Really appreciate it. So I had to do a lot of things in order to make the sacrifices required to lose weight really quickly. And one of the things that I had to do was to stop drinking beer. And it was very sad and it was a sacrifice, but I did it. And in the last 8 months, I probably haven't had more than 5 beers total. I have had some beer every once in a while as like a treat, but really not that much, okay? Yep, beer is returning to the channel. Because now, apparently, I have discovered from trying on clothes that apparently I'm getting to be a scary level of thin. Did anyone ever think that this was gonna fucking happen? Apparently, I have lost... The weirdest thing, can I just tell you guys, as we're waiting for people to file in? The weirdest... I totally understand how people have eating disorders now, by the way. Not that I have an eating disorder. I don't have an eating disorder. No one needs to worry. Peroni, not Peroni. I should have gotten a Peroni MP. I should have. I don't have an eating disorder. I eat more than enough calories every single day. I'm actually a perfectly healthy weight. No one started any rumors about me. But I will tell you guys, like, I actually do understand now how people get eating disorders. And it used to be kind of weird to me because it's like people with eating disorders, they would say that they looked in the mirror and they saw someone fat. And I was like, how is that possible? How is that possible? Well, now I fucking understand. Because apparently what I've started to figure out is that when I look in the mirror, I don't actually see what I look like. Now, I don't actually see the same thing that you guys see. I see, and it's not that I see myself as fat. I don't see myself as fat, but I see myself as still looking like what I did when I weighed like 170 pounds. Right now, I weigh 129, okay? I weigh 129 pounds. I still see myself as how I looked when I weighed like 170, 180, something like that. That is literally what I see when I look in the mirror. And so like, I one of the ways that I've kind of tried to deal with this, like, weird situation of not looking in the mirror and not seeing like what other people see is I go and I try on clothes because I actually do need to rebuild my closet because none of my fucking clothes fit anymore. So I go to like the mall and I walk around and I get steps in and I try on clothes or whatever. So I did that earlier. I went up to the outlet mall near my house and I just walked around and I just like went in one of the stores. I wasn't really expecting to get anything. I was just like bored basically. And I tried on this sweater that the last size in it, it was on sale for like a stupid price. And I was like, why don't you just fucking try it on, Karlyn, whatever. It was an X small. And I put on this fucking thing and I looked like a fucking skeleton. I looked like a lanky fucking skeleton. And I was like looking at myself, I was like, okay, Karlyn, maybe you don't need to lose any more weight. Maybe, like, I didn't even think it was going to fit. I did buy it. I didn't think it was going to fit at all because it looked so small to me on the fucking hanger. And then I put it on and it fit perfectly, actually. And I was like sitting there looking at myself. I'm like, okay, maybe we don't actually need to lose any more weight. But I say this because, like, I totally understand the argument that people with eating disorders make, saying, like, when I look in the mirror, I don't see what you see, because I'm like, yeah, I've now had that experience, and it's fucking wild. It's actually fucking wild. So the benefit of not needing to lose any more weight is I can now start to do things that I used to do in the before times, like drink beer. Beer is back. Now, listen, you need to understand that my alcohol tolerance is non-existent at this point, okay? So we're taking it a little slow. We're taking it slow. I am going to decide which beer I start out with. You guys don't get a vote right now. And this is based off which ones were chilled already in the fridge, okay? And I just can't think of a better one to start us off with tonight. And I don't know, I probably won't even drink this because I had to buy a big one because I wanted to get a single. I didn't want to get a whole pack of it. We'll see how much beer I can actually drink. But this is a very large one because I had to buy the large one as a single. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is one of the greatest, for people who are new, and there are people who have joined us since the Karlyn beer era. Okay, for people who are new and you didn't live through the Karlyn drinking on stream era, I fucking love beer. I love craft beer. I have been so into craft beer for 25 years. I maybe not 25 years that day. No, maybe more like 20 years. I don't know. I had to do math. I've been so into craft beer, like basically my entire adult life. Okay. Now, Sam Adams is a mass-produced beer. It's not, I mean, I don't think we can call it really a craft beer, but it is an extremely, extremely good, like, mass-produced beer that you can find anywhere. Sam Adams Boston Lager, for my money, is one of the greatest beers ever made. I love that beer, and you can get it anywhere, and that's awesome. But even better than Sam Adams Boston Lager is Sam Adams Oktoberfest. I don't know what crack they put in this beer, but it is truly one of those beers that every single fall, and it's August, I know it's not October, they release them early, it's the way it goes. I have always looked forward to the release of this beer. And so to start us off on beer night tonight, I will be drinking this, and I will be drinking it out of the special Sam Adams 30th anniversary edition glass that I got at the Sam Adams Brewery when in 2015 I ran the Boston Marathon, and Sam Adams invited all of the Boston Marathon runners to go do a tour at their brewery, and you got a special glass and you got to try the special marathon beer and all that stuff. So when I got to go on the special Boston Marathon tour of the Sam Adams Brewery, which was super fun, by the way, I got this glass. This is a glass that is specially made for Sam Adams beer. And what's cool about this glass is you're supposed to hold it like this because the glass on the bottom is thicker. And so if you hold it like this, it keeps the beer in the glass cooler longer. And then it's got a little lip, so you have like more of like the sniffing thing, and you get all the senses and all that stuff. That's special Sam Adams glass. And this is the first beer that I've enjoyed on the channel in like 8 fucking months, 9 months, something like that. And I didn't actually want one this large, but we're just going to roll with it. Maybe I'll only have half of it. Basically like 2 beers. It's like 2 beers in one. It's 2 beers in one. So we're going to let that settle, and then I'm going to take the first sip of the beer, and it's going to be awesome. You guys drinking anything fun tonight? Let me know if you are drinking anything fun in the chat. Tonight on the show. Yeah, how many sips? You guys want to do a vote? How many sips before I drop the full N-word with the hard R? How many sips before that happens? How many you're drinking coffee, Reagan? Probably smart. Probably smart. Probably smart. So tonight, we are going to be continuing with what we started earlier this week, because who was here? One in the chat if you were here for the marathon that we did on Thursday, watching the Trans Freedom School talk about trans politics and stuff like that. Were any of you here for the marathon we did on Thursday? One in the chat if you were here for the marathon on Thursday. Let me know. Let me know. So Trans Freedom School was a conference that was hosted at the University of California, Davis, back in March of this year. So March 2026. D, thanks so much for the super chat. My town, Jacksonville, Florida, now has an open DSA who just won her primary for state senate. Hey, congrats. She in Florida, you say, are you telling me that a member of the DSA won a local election in Florida? I was assured for years and years and years that there were no socialists in Florida, and that Ron DeSantis had killed woke in Florida, and that woke is dead in Florida. And I've been trying to tell conservatives and magatards literally for years, no, they're in Florida. No, they're in Florida. No, they're in Florida. They're in Florida, you idiots. I promise you they're in Florida. I tried to show them video of leftists from Florida. I tried to talk sense to them. I tried to show them evidence. And for literally fucking years, I was met with, Karlyn, there's no socialists in Florida. They're not doing anything here. I didn't see it. I don't know anyone. And you're just making this up because you're a grifter on the internet. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Jacksonville, Florida now has an open DSA who just won her primary for the state senate. But woke is dead in Florida, right, guys? Yeah. Okay. She has a cult following, and she has raised $1 million in 48 hours. She is celebrating that and she is celebrating that Fox News puts her on mainstream media. Advice? D, I really wish I had good advice for you. The advice I would have given, not to you because you obviously listen to me and you obviously pay attention to what I say, but what I would say is perhaps the conservatives in Florida that I've been screaming at for the better part of the last 4 years, perhaps they should have listened to me earlier on when I told them this shit was happening in Florida, and it might be too late to stop it now. It might be too late to stop that candidate. The opportunity was to stop it 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even 1 year ago. It's like, this is why the left always wins and the right always loses, because the right has no idea things are even happening because they don't fucking listen. Not you, D, you're fucking awesome. But like the right has no idea that this stuff happens all the time because they don't listen. And then they come like, Karlyn, how can we stop this? You could have stopped it by listening to me 4 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, or 1 year ago. The more you procrastinate on problems, the bigger problem they become. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Floridians. I'm very sorry that you have come to the realization that maybe there was always leftist activism in Florida. Not you, D. I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. So we have the beer poured. Hang on. Okay, hang on. The first taste of beer on the channel. And look how beautiful that is. Look how beautiful. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, everyone. If you're drinking something fun, put it in the chat. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I want to cry. It tastes so good. Oh man. Oh God, I miss this so much. Beer is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. Nostrovia. All right, let's get back to the topic at hand. Hang on. There we go. Yep, celebration. Karlyn doesn't need to lose any more weight. All right, so Trans Freedom School is a conference that took place at the University of California, Berkeley in March of 2026. So just a couple of months ago. So because it's at the University of California, not Berkeley. Sorry, strike that. University of California, Davis. Same system, different campus. The University of California, Davis is a public institution. That means it's funded by the taxpayer. It's funded by the local taxpayer in California, and it is funded by the federal taxpayer in Washington, D.C. The Trump administration assured us this shit wasn't happening anymore, and yet here we are. We are very blessed that the Trans Freedom School has seen fit to upload their presentations to the internet, making them publicly available for all of us. And I've got a selection of those presentations we're going to watch tonight. We're going to do 3 of them. The first one is called Authoritarianism, Fascism, and Trans Politics, Part 1. The second one is called Authoritarianism, Fascism, and Trans Politics, Part 2. And the third one is the Trans Abolition Keynote, which is a much longer presentation about the future trans feminist world that the far left wants to create. So we basically have 2 videos that this one is about 20 minutes long. This one is about 25 minutes long. And then we've got the final keynote, which is a little over an hour and a half. So we basically have like 2.5 hours of content to get through, like pure content. So it'll probably take us like 4 or 5 hours to get through it when we break it down and like talk about it and I answer questions and stuff like that. Now, I want to remind everyone, Karlyn, why are we doing longer streams right now? Because we are in training. This is not the right one. Oh my God. Hans, what was that link for the virtual program for Socialism 2026? They have the wrong link on the website. Oh no, it's back. I fixed it. Never mind. I found it. Google had the wrong link. Here's what's happening, guys. We are in training. You guys are all in marathon training, whether you know it or not. Because coming up in but a few short weeks, let me get a handle on this specifically. It is the 22nd now. We have basically 2 weeks, guys, less than 2 weeks to train, to build up the endurance, to sit through the coverage of the Socialism Conference. 1 in the chat, if this will be your first Socialism Conference that you have ever watched with us live. 2 in the chat, if you have watched the Socialism Conference with me in years past. 1, if this is going to be your first introduction to the live Socialism Conference. Yes, it's literally called the Socialism Conference. 2 in the chat, if you've done this with me before, okay? The Socialism Conference is a multi-day conference that takes place in Chicago, Illinois, either across July 4th weekend or on Labor Day every single year. The Socialism Conference is hosted by the largest socialist book publisher in the United States, Haymarket Books. Haymarket Books produces millions of dollars of socialist books that it puts into colleges and universities and schools and into radical bookstores all over the country. This is how ideas are propagated within the ecosystem of the far left. The Socialism Conference brings together thousands of revolutionary communists to come together for several days and discuss their ideas. And how exciting for us that they stream it live to the internet. So on Friday, we only have 1 socialism presentation, but don't worry, we're going to do a pregame. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. On Friday, we have the big opening keynote, Freedom is a Constant Struggle, Palestine, Internationalism, and Abolition, with, oh, wait for it, Angela Davis, the left's patron saint of Angela Davis. We're not worried. Don't worry. I'm not even close to that yet. Relax. I know how to run the stream. On Saturday, we have a full day starting at 10 a.m. And you'll notice there are some presentations that take place at the same time. We basically watch those back to back. So we watch 1 live and we watch 1 on demand. We're doing Against Tech Oligarchy, Worker Resistance in the World's Most Powerful Industry. We're doing Health Fascism, Body Politics, and the Anti-State State. This is going to be fucking wild, by the way. We are doing Rank and File Lessons from the New York Nurses Strike in the Mandami era. We are doing Ocean Deep Solidarity, Reparations, Land Back, and collective liberation. That's about the overthrow of the government. We are doing Black left feminism and the fight against fascism. We're doing war, capitalism, and navigating the climate crisis. We're doing spirit of justice. We're doing neighbors get ready, forging new solidarities and defeating ICE. That is one day. On Saturday, September 5th, we will watch 12 straight hours of socialism. That's 12 hours of socialism in one day, because they will be streaming all of this stuff live out of their conference, and we are going to cover it directly. One in the chat if watching 12 hours of socialism in a single day sounds like a really fucking good time. 2 in the chat if you think it sounds dumb. But that's not all, because we keep going on Sunday. We keep going on Sunday. We've got Black History is for Everyone, Liberatory Spirit, the Spirit of Liberation, Multi-Tradition Conversation and How We Get Free, The Power of Speculative Fiction and Shifting Political Climate, and Unruly Subjects Live, A Reckoning in Our Moment. That is about 7 hours of socialism on Sunday. And guess what we're going to do leading up to it? Guess what we're going to do leading up to it? You guys are going to love this. Hang on. I should have had this ready to go. But let me just show you what we're going to do leading up to it. Leading up to it, we are going to do a marathon, a several-day marathon of our favorite conferences, of socialism conferences past. We will go into the archives of the Socialism Conference that exists on Haymarket Books YouTube channel, and we, leading up to the Socialism Conference this year's, we will watch conferences, we will watch sessions from years past. We will watch the session. Does everyone remember last year? I swear to God, last year there was an entire session at the Socialism Conference about socialism in space. Was anyone here to watch the Socialism in Space conference? They literally did an entire fucking talk about how they need to colonize space for the fucking socialists. We'll watch that. We will watch the Mary Baldwin abortion presentation. We will watch transgender Marxism. We will watch talks about abolishing the family. We will watch all the crazy gender shit. There is years and years and years of this content. We will watch the presentation where they flat out say, don't vote for Democrats over and over and over. We will watch Bowman. Did I say Bowman? Thank you. Bowman. I meant Bowman. I know my stuff. I don't have keto-induced amnesia. Thank you. I knew it was wrong as it was coming out of my mouth too, Reagan. I knew it was wrong. And I knew you would correct me. SS Kennedy with 20. Please include a conference with Judith Butler. I don't know that Judith Butler's ever been at the Socialism Conference, but we can definitely watch Judith Butler's stuff. We can definitely do that. We can absolutely make that dream a reality. Thanks so much, SS Kennedy on Rumble. I appreciate it. Rumble's already given more than YouTube. YouTube's some slackers. Rumble's already given me a channel membership and $120. God, what's going on, YouTube? Yes, we will watch Brian Bean talking about overthrowing the government. We will watch them all. I am putting together a socialism conference training schedule for the week leading up to the socialism conference, and it's going to be fucking awesome. Who is ready? Who is ready to spend several days watching live socialism being beamed out of the University of Chicago? 1 in the chat if you're ready for this challenge and you're ready to do the training required to accomplish it. 2 in the chat if you're just not ready yet and you think this sounds really scary and you think you might go insane if we do this. Yo, K-Start on Rumble! Get the channel membership! Let's go! W's to you, my dear. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. So, guys, the reason that I'm making the deep dive coverage streams a little bit longer right now is not only that we have all this amazing content to get through from the Trans Freedom School, because I do want to watch all of it. They got a whole bunch of stuff about trans healthcare, trans in sports, all that stuff. I want to watch every single thing this channel uploads. Leo in with a channel membership. W's to you. Appreciate it. We are in training for the marathon, the ultra marathon. You can't even call it a marathon. The Socialism Conference is a multi-day ultra marathon. and we are going to be ready. And I will be the only person, I promise you, on the internet covering it live. I really want people to understand this. When the Socialism Conference happens, you're going to start seeing clips all over Twitter. There are going to be all of these conservative grifters who are watching the Socialism Conference in their bedroom with the door closed, just to clip the parts out of context that can make their political talking points. You don't need other people to clip this fucking content. You can come and watch the entire thing for yourself. Because I promise you, when you actually watch the full presentations live for yourself, it is so much worse than what you think is happening based on conservative grifter fucking clickbait, where all they do is take 30 seconds out of context. They never show you the full presentation. They don't even tell you where to find the full presentation. Not only will I show you exactly where to find all of my content so that you can watch it for yourself, I will sit here and watch it with you and break it down to make sure you understand it. All of this stuff is publicly accessible. You don't need political fucking grifters who are paid to sell you a narrative to follow this content. I will be the only person on the internet covering this live from start to finish, so you guys can come and hang out here and you guys can see for yourself without any sort of filter or any editor telling you what to think. Dr. Zeus, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. So, tonight, we're going to start with Trans Freedom School. We're going to be getting into the videos in a short moment, but I need everyone to pay very close attention to the rules video. We do have rules on Socialism Saturday. You guys have walked into my classroom. I am the teacher of the class, and if you want to be in my classroom, you will abide by my rules. Please pay attention to this short instructional video. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, who is ready to start our marathon into authoritarianism, fascism, and trans abolition and politics? 1 in the chat if you are ready for the marathon to begin. 2 in the chat if you're quite frankly terrified of what we're going to find here. Guys, please make sure you have mounted that like button for me. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Also, I would love to get over 100 channel memberships today. We are already at 34 from the earlier stream today, so we have about 2/3 of the way left to go. If I teach you something new, if I answer one of your questions, if I show you things that you haven't seen before, please feel free to show your appreciation by gifting out some channel memberships. Channel memberships get people supporter perks like access to Spy Stream, access to the supporter Discord. We are watching iRobot tomorrow night for movie night in the supporter Discord. So if you get a channel membership, you can join us for that. I will post the link tomorrow. When we do Spy Streams, which is when we go inside live leftist organizing calls, you'll be able to join us for that when you have a channel membership. Channel memberships are a little bit better than super chats for me. Not that I don't love super chats, and I'm totally going to take them, and I appreciate all the donations, but because they not only fund my work, they also give a gift to someone else on the channel. I think it creates community. I think it's a nice thing to do. So please, let's get over 100 channel memberships today, bring 100 more people into the community. That would be fucking awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah, and if you can't afford to give, yo, it's totally fine. I ask the people who can afford to give to donate so we can make this content free for everyone. But if you can't afford to give, just like the video, share the content. Like, even just copying the share like letting YouTube know that you're engaging with the content, that would be rad. Doesn't cost any money, really does help me grow the audience, which I really much appreciate. All right, guys, we are digging into the first presentation from Trans Freedom School for tonight: authoritarianism, fascism, and trans politics. Let's go.
I'm Toby Beecham. I'm an associate professor in gender and women's studies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign.
University of Illinois.
I work on trans studies and surveillance, and also trans studies and authoritarianism.
I'm Greta LaFleur. I'm an associate professor.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I've spoken to you about this before. I don't want to see this shit in the chat. I don't want to see all caps. Bot can do all caps. Bot is the only person in the chat that can do all caps. She has special privileges because she's helped out so fucking much. I don't know who you are. I don't want any conservative retardation that has nothing to do with what's actually being said. There are not forced transgender operations for school children. That's not even fucking true. We hinge into reality here. So if you do this again, I'm going to put you in a timeout. If you keep doing it, I'm just going to take away your ability to speak. Yeah, I wish, my dear, that we could direct who got the gifted channel memberships. It is random, so I just recommend hanging out on the channel, and I will cross my fingers that you get one.
Of American Studies and Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Yale University.
Yale.
And I work on histories of gender and sexuality, especially at the intersections of like law and science.
So what do people mean when they talk about fascism and authoritarianism?
Good question.
How do you feel like these are related to transness?
These terms get conflated, and they are interrelated, but they're slightly different. The way that I often think of them is that authoritarianism is a much broader concept, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with a particular government, but that it can infiltrate even our interpersonal relationships, and that authoritarianism has a lot to do with kind of top-down control and suppression of many sort of liberties and freedoms, that's trying to sort of just regain control from often a single figure. Maybe that's a governing figure, but maybe it's like the father figure in the home. Right? And then
what might be another name for authoritarianism that starts with an H? Pop quiz for the chat. Based on the definition that you just heard the they them give of authoritarianism, what might be another name for authoritarianism that starts with an H? Hierarchy. When they are talking about authoritarianism, they are talking about the existence of a hierarchy. The left believes that capitalism, which they define as private property ownership, created all hierarchy. Hierarchy creates oppression when you have someone that has more resources than other people, okay? Their solution to authoritarianism, which is hierarchy, is to abolish all hierarchy by abolishing all private property ownership. When the left says private property ownership, they mean bourgeois property, property that you can use to create personal privatized wealth that gives you access to more wealth than other people, thus putting you on top of the hierarchy compared to other people. This means things like home ownership, land ownership, apartment rental ownership that you rent out as a landlord, intellectual property ownership, small business ownership, whether that not just small business ownership, whether that business is big or small. And here's the big one that a lot of people don't understand. Parental rights over your children are considered to be a form of private property. Okay. So in their ideology, parental rights are private property. Private property would be abolished under communism. Therefore, parental rights as a form of capitalism would be abolished under communism. That is what they're talking about. Okay. Does everyone understand? Listening in.
Our interpersonal relationships, and that authoritarianism has a lot to do with a kind of top-down control and suppression of many sort of liberties and freedoms that's trying to sort of just regain control from often a single figure. Maybe that's a governing figure, but maybe it's like the father figure in the home. Right? And then fascism, I think of as more specific to a sort of governing structure. So I don't know if you want to.
Sure, yeah. So like one thing that's been helpful for me in terms of thinking about fascism is that while I do think of also with Toby fascism as like something that kind of could describe, it's more specific to a structure of governance. It's not necessarily tied to a specific type of governance. So it's not necessarily something that is linked.
What do they mean when they say fascism? Pop quiz. What do they mean when they say fascism? It's a specific type of governance, but it's not tied to any type of governance. What do they mean when they say fascism? Can you predict this? Capitalism. They mean capitalism. Anything that uphold capitalism to them is a system. It is an economic system and a cultural system. It is both. Capitalism is the system. They just said fascism is a system of governance. They believe the United States, the United States Constitution is a capitalist document. They believe the United States government is a capitalist government. That is why they call it the fascist government. To them, it doesn't. Well, specifically in this case, or capitalism. But you're not wrong about that. So that is what they are describing. I want you to listen to this very closely. They're describing their definition of capitalism.
Yeah, so like one thing that's been helpful for me in terms of thinking about fascism is that while I do think of also with Toby fascism
John.
as like
Thank
something
you.
that
Appreciate
kind of could describe, it's more specific to a structure of governance. It's not necessarily tied to a specific type of governance. So it's not necessarily something that is linked to democracy or linked to monarchy or linked to any sort of specific government structure, but it's more like Toby just described it as like vibes fascism, but if you might actually think of it as something that's related to vibes or related to a style of
Oh, this is even better. Fascism is vibes. This is even better than I thought it was going to be. Fascism is vibes. Let's go.
Type of governance. So it's not necessarily something that is linked to democracy or linked to monarchy or linked to any sort of specific government structure, but it's more like Toby just described it as like vibes fascism, but if you might actually think of it as something that's related to vibes or related to a style of governance and a style of trying to consolidate people around a series of goals. So I think of fascism as often having a kind of series of hallmarks, and I'm drawing from a lot of different other people's scholarship here. So these are not necessarily my ideas. But
okay, I want to be really clear what we're doing here. I don't care what your definition is, William. I don't care what your definition is. You must be new. I don't mean any offense. We do not care what your personal definition is. Your personal definition does not matter. We are studying them. The only thing that we care about is what their definition is. You cannot go into one of their meetings. I don't care if you're black or whatever. You can't go into one of those meetings and go, excuse me, I think the definition of fascism is X, Y, B, and Z. They don't give a fuck what your definition is. They are not going to change their minds because of you. They do not care about your opinion. They have their subculture. They have their language. They are talking about what they believe. And that is all we care about, because their actions will be based on their beliefs, and there is no debunking. You cannot debunk them. Nothing you say to them is going to get them to change their mind. So what we're doing is sitting and listening to them. And I'm doing this not only to get you up to speed on what we're doing on the channel, but to remind people we do not debunk them, and your personal opinion doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
I think of fascism as often hearkening back to an idealized past that in many cases never was. So think about a slogan like "Make America Great Again." The idea that America, that in that phrase, there is the idea that America was great. It's not great right now, but it could be great again, right? So let's get back to this old idealized greatness. And usually, the other thing that fascism tends to do is it tries to sort of invite people to identify with us-them dynamics, where there's an inside group and a series of marginalized outside groups. And fascism is very good at keeping things slippery, right? There's not just one inside group where, like, say, I was about to say, where white people are always the inside group. Actually, white people generally are always the inside group, but at least in the United States. But there's all sorts of little distinctions.
White people means property owner. Doesn't mean skin color, means property owner.
That can be made. So the us versus them could be Christians versus non-Christians, right? It could be American citizens versus non-citizens. It could be, but basically the point is, it's trying to always kind of get people to identify within us, such that people who are not part of that us become the enemy, right? So it's about like kind of consolidating identification, and then to then sort of organize around like who we are not and who we want to kick out of our us in order to keep our us like pure. So often there's a kind of purity politics in it too, where people will kind of think of as like, you'll see a lot of references right now, for example, to like the real America or like American values, right? And there's often racial politics in there, gender politics in there, but it's trying to sort of create these like distinctions between certain categories of the population. And I think the big danger of it, of course, is that it invites us to kind of dehumanize and think about people who are not in that us, whatever that us is, as enemies, rather than just as people who are different than we are.
I think I like what you said about how flexible it is and how slippery it is, because I think that's part of its power, that at any time you might become...
Tolkien fan dropping the bomb on the chat. 20 gifted channel memberships. Yo, big support, bro. Massive W's to you. I want to see a big round of W's in the chat for Tolkien fan. Just gave out 20 gifted channel memberships for you guys. How fucking cool is that? You rock, bro. I so appreciate it. We got Mario in with a gifted channel membership. Thank you, Mario. W's to you, good sir. Really appreciate that. Look we're already up to 57, guys. 57 channel memberships out of 100 already. Look at that.
I think I like what you said about how flexible it is and how slippery it is, because I think that's part of its power, that at any time you might become one of the them. And so part of shoring up that, like, we have to make sure that these people are always them and we're in the us category, is also to protect ourselves from falling into the them category. So the politics of fear around fascism and authoritarianism are part of the things that make it work. Like, people are so afraid of what's happening around them, but they see what they are participating in, helping others become the them, and don't want that to happen, to the us. So I think that helps make it run, right? And then I think to be able to think about it in relation to trans politics, trans people become one of many convenient sort of thems that seem outside of this mythical, romanticized past. which is often attached to like the traditional family, often attached to a really clear distinction between men have these roles, women have these roles.
They're talking about the nuclear family and the gender binary. Okay, so these are queer liberationists. These are extreme radical queer Marxists that we're watching. Queer Marxism is designed to undermine the cultural aspects of capitalism. Again, remember, capitalism to the left is not just an economic model. It's not just about taking over the factories. It's not just about seizing the means of production. It's not just about that. It's also about the culture. It's a cultural model that upholds capitalist society. In this case, they're talking about two specific aspects of capitalist society. One is the gender binary. The gender binary means men and women, the two categories of men and women. They do not believe these are biological categories. They believe that these are socially constructed categories based on reproductive ability, where men who are not able to have children are put into the workplace where they have all the power and all the money. They are productive workers under capitalism. Women who are able to have the children are relegated to the home where they do the unpaid labor of having and raising the children. They believe these categories were created to sort people who could be productive members to capitalism and people who are doing the unpaid labor of essentially replenishing the workforce. That is what the left believes is happening within the nuclear family. The capitalist workforce is being replenished when capitalist parents get married, are in a monogamous relationship, have children, raise those children with capitalist values, and then put them into the capitalist system to replenish the workforce. This is called social reproduction theory. The reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe the nuclear family is literally the means of reproduction of capitalism. Okay? So you're about to hear them say this. Trans politics in relation to fascism, when they say fascism, they mean capitalism. Trans politics in relation to fascism is about undermining the traditional family and the traditional gender roles. That means men and women and the gender binary.
Trans people become one of many convenient sort of thems that seem outside of this mythical, romanticized past, which is often attached to like the traditional family, often attached to a really clear distinction between men have these roles, women have these roles. This is how children are supposed to be raised, which is also completely shot through with racial dynamics and class dynamics, right? Economic status, different cultural backgrounds, all of.
Did you hear they, them say what I just told you? Did you hear them say it? Okay. You have got to understand this. You have got to understand this if you're going to understand them. The two main goals that these people have is undermining the gender binary by eliminating it entirely. Their goal is to eliminate the categories of men and women. They want everyone to be a they, them guys. No men, no women. They, them. That's it. Or Zimzer or Fayfair or whatever other pronouns you want to use. Doesn't matter. But they want to eliminate the categories of men and women entirely. They also want to abolish the nuclear family because they believe the nuclear family is literally reproducing this oppressive system of capitalism. Those are the two things that this ideology wants to do more than any other. You must understand this if you're going to understand the stuff we're watching today. Listen again.
Convenient sort of thems that seem outside of this mythical, romanticized past, which is often attached to like the traditional family, often attached to a really clear distinction between men have these roles, women have these roles. This is how children are supposed to be raised, which is also completely shot through with racial dynamics and class dynamics, right? Economic status, different cultural backgrounds, all of those things sort of play into that. And so the sort of very existence of transness is a threat to that whole idea that there is some natural way of organizing a family that is in this traditional manner, that there's some natural way of being a man or being a woman that kind of makes the country run properly and that makes everyone feel safe and secure.
And just as an example of what Toby was just saying around the way that transness becomes kind of cast as one of the many thems against which like us is identified. I just think about the ad from the 2024 Super Bowl. It was a Trump campaign ad that was like sort of against Kamala Harris, but it says, Trump is for us, Kamala is for they, them, right? So it's both invoking trans politics by using they, them, right? The way that, a series of pronouns that many, but obviously not all trans people use, but a set of pronouns that's really identified with trans people.
You also need to understand that when they say trans, they really mean queer. Queer is a far left political ideology. They're not talking about trans people like Blair White. They're not talking about trans people like Caitlyn Jenner. When someone transitions from being a man to a woman or a woman to man, that means like trans in that case means transition. These people do not believe in transition because they don't believe in the categories of man or woman. Okay, so they don't want people like Blair White transitioning from being a man to a woman. They don't want people like Caitlyn Jenner transitioning from being a man to a woman. They don't want that. They want everyone to become a they, them. That is why when they say the word trans, they mean transcend or transform. I know this is difficult for people who are new. You've got to learn how to code switch this, though. These are queer liberationists. They do not want gender to exist. There are many different types of people who do the trans thing for different reasons. Some of them have a mental illness that they are trying to fix. That's like Caitlyn Jenner and Blair White. That is not the same as a queer Marxist. Just because someone is trans like Blair White does not mean they're a queer Marxist, okay? These are two very different ideologies. There are people that that might take hormones because they have a sexual fetish and it's going to help them grow boobs or whatever because they have a sexual fetish. That is not the same as this. These are different groups, and it is not a pedantic distinction. The distinctions matter because it is only the queer Marxist group that is pushing revolutionary anti-capitalist politics designed to completely eliminate the categories of men and women. So what we care about is the trans person trying to uphold the gender binary? Do they still think men and women are a thing and it's biological, even if they're trying to socially transition? If someone is trying to uphold the gender binary, they think men and women are biological, they are not a queer Marxist. We are only interested in the people who want to abolish the gender binary and create a world where everyone is a they, them. They are the ones causing all the problems. And conflating the different groups just muddies the water so much that most people don't understand where the real problem is. So our beef is not with people who believe men and women are real. It's not, you might not like Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner believes men and women are a biological category. You might not like Blair White. Blair White believes that men and women are a biological category. Blair White is stupid and a grifter, and I have many other beefs with Blair White. I don't give a flying fuck that they're trans, okay? I don't care. What I care about are the people who want to abolish these categories altogether and who are teaching kids in school that gender is a spectrum, that you can change and everyone's really a they, them, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. That is the fucking problem. Did I get I think I might have got a membership. I came in with a membership. W's to you, my dear. I so appreciate it. So appreciate it. Guys, one in the chat if you understand what I just explained. Two in the chat if you're confused. It's okay to be confused, but I need people to tell me if they're confused, because if I don't know, then I can't help you not be confused. One in the chat if you understand what I just explained. Two in the chat if you're confused. If you're confused, ask a question of some sort.
But using they, them as exactly the opposite of the us, it's really effective.
I wanted to add one more thing about the politics of purity that you had mentioned earlier, which is that I think it's really important to keep in mind that the division of sexual and gender categories that authoritarian and fascist regimes are trying to keep in place is not just about gender and sexuality, but it's completely tied to a racial purity as well, because that's part of the whole idea of following paternity lines, making sure that people are marrying the correct people, having children with the correct people. So tracking and kind of controlling how people can reproduce or how people can interact with one another in gendered and sexualized ways is about gender and sex, but it is also about trying to maintain really clear distinctions between racial categories and sort of playing into really old ideas about pure racial lines and bloodlines. So all of those things are working together. And I think that even though we often think about attacks on trans people as being purely about gender, I think that's often how it's talked about. Those attacks on trans people under authoritarianism and fascism are not just about gender. It is also part of this bigger project of trying to sort of keep people in very clear categories across all of those different lines.
What is gender ideology and why it's so central to authoritarian politics?
Gender ideology is a slippery term.
It is. I always describe gender ideology as a rebranding. It's the way that people who want to undermine trans people's claims to like the legitimacy of their existence. It's a term that they use to cast that as illegitimate. That's like one of the ways that, I mean, it names a lot of other things too. But it's often the way that that people will refer, people who are kind of trans antagonistic, anti-trans in their politics, will refer to the idea that gender might be distinct from sex. That's one way of thinking about gender ideology.
Yeah, I think about it kind of in the way that Judith Butler has talked about it in some of their recent work, which is as a very slippery concept, and that's kind of by design, that it doesn't necessarily need to be coherent to have a lot of power and influence over us. And sometimes part of its power is through that incoherence. Like you could use any kind of rhetoric that might fall under gender ideology to try to accomplish your goals. And that it means that there's not necessarily any sort of factual information.
They're not using a plural pronoun. They are using they as a singular. So it's not a plural pronoun.
Could put up against it that would be super successful, because it does sort of morph depending on what people are trying to accomplish. Yeah, I think the other thing I would add to what Greta said about it is that I think it has to do a lot with, oh, sorry, I need to pause. I was referring to you and then I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay, starting again. The thing I would add to what Greta said is that I think that gender ideology is also a way of referencing all of these fascist and authoritarian ideas that we were just talking about, that it becomes a kind of stand-in for this idea of like civilization is being cut to its knees, right? Like we're undermining all of the traditional values and morals, and gender ideology becomes a very convenient way of kind of just describing that in one big, slippery, amorphous term. And I would say, again, that idea of civilization, the idea that we're losing proper roles of masculinity and femininity is also about race, is also about an idea of nationalism that has to do with nativism and whiteness. That civilization.
As a reminder, when they say whiteness, they are not talking about skin color. The left is never talking about skin color. They do not care about skin color. When they say whiteness, they mean systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism. That is what they're talking about. Nativism means that you believe the country should have a border. Borders are about enforcing capitalism. What do you need to protect private property? A border. Borders around the country, borders around the states, borders around the city, borders around your house. These are all borders that are protecting private property. That is their definition of capitalism. So again, I understand this is difficult for new people to understand. I'm not going to do the discussion about why whiteness means capitalism right this second, because I've done it about 86 million times. You can refer to my Substack. You can refer to other videos I've done. If it comes up, I will do that, but we're focusing in on the gender and the queer stuff today, so I'm not going to do that. But like, I need people to trust me on this one, and people in the chat can back me up on this. They are not talking about skin color. They are referencing the system that they believe created racism in the first place. That system is capitalism. Nativism divides the working class between citizens and immigrants. There you go. There you go. The left does not believe there should be any bounds to immigration, guys. They don't believe borders should exist at all. That's why they're trying to abolish ICE. Okay, we're not going to have a debate about whether or not the term they is singular. They use it as singular. The left uses it as singular. That's all that matters. This is not a debate. This is not up for discussion.
And I would say, again, that idea of civilization, the idea that we're losing proper roles of masculinity and femininity is also about race, is also about an idea of nationalism that has to do with nativism and whiteness. That civilization as a concept is so tied to an idea of distinct genders being a marker of racial progress and having distinct gender roles in the family and in the workplace, et cetera. And so gender ideology is...
Goro on Rumble asks, why do queer Marxists want to remove categories and not just stereotypes? The stereotypes are not the problem. The categories are the problem. The left believes that anytime... The left does not play identity politics. Conservatives are fucking stupid on this point. The real far left, real queer Marxists, do not believe in identity politics. They don't play identity politics. They don't engage in identity politics. This is why you must understand the difference between Democrats, liberals, and progressives, which are not socialists and communists, and real revolutionary socialists and communists, because Democrats, liberals, and progressives are the ones playing identity politics. Real socialists and communists do not want identity categories to exist. They are anti-identity politic. They call it neoliberalism, which is their generalized term for Democrats, liberals, and progressives. So why are they trying to eliminate categories rather than stereotypes? They don't give a flying fuck about stereotypes. They want to eliminate the categories of identity because they believe capitalism creates all identity categories, and therefore, to overthrow capitalism, you have to get rid of the socially constructed identity categories. They believe all identity categories create oppression. When you have identity categories, you have some identities that are on the top of the hierarchy, you have some identities that are on the bottom. So the goal is always and forever to eliminate capitalism. That is their only goal. That is what they're working towards in every single thing that they do. Eliminating stereotypes does not abolish capitalism. It's liberals who want to eliminate stereotypes. Liberals and communists are not the same thing. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained. 2 in the chat if you're confused. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you're confused. Ooh, we got someone on Kick. Look at that. Cool. If you guys are confused, ask a question, please.
Is sort of maybe a rebranding, like a new way of just, sort of reiterating those very old projects.
Mm-hmm. If I could add another thing, like I was thinking about I believe the Trump executive order from January 20th, 2025 is protecting women from gender ideology?
Yeah. I think so.
I think it names gender ideology in the actual title. And again, so ideology is a word that people will use to describe a structure of thought that's often...
We got Earl's daughter in with the 5 gifted channel memberships. Good to see you again, my dear. W's, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Let's go. It's the beer. It's the beer. It's what it is.
Sort of understood as like implicit, kind of insidious, like you start thinking in a way without realizing that you're thinking in a way. And so it's also like, when I say it's a rebranding, just because I wanted to clarify, it's like a way that conservatives are also trying to cast people talking about their experiences of gender as like a form of false consciousness, as something that's not real, as something that they've been sort of sold without realizing they were buying something. Instead of understanding gender as like a legitimate form of human experience that...
it doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter. Here's what I want you to do, JP. Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to find a leftist revolutionary communist meeting in your area. How you do that is you go into ChatGPT and you say, ChatGPT, where is the closest revolutionary socialist bookstore near me? And then you go to the fucking bookstore, and you're going to walk into the bookstore and they're going to have a bulletin board. And on that bulletin board, you are going to see a list of socialist meetings. And I want you to go to one of those socialist meetings, and I want you to walk in there and say, excuse me, the problem is you never consider human nature. Without the control mechanisms of capitalism and other systems, humans will devolve into the purge. I want you to go in there and say that to them, and I want to see if you change their minds. You gonna do that? You gonna go tell the socialists that? No? Then I don't want to hear you pontificating in my fucking chat. Then no one else cares. Because there is no amount of debunking them in the fucking chat that is going to solve this fucking problem. And unless you are willing to go to them directly in real life and say, excuse me, communist, do you know that you never consider human nature? You go and do that, and then you see how that fucking goes. And then you come back to the channel and you understand why we do not debunk them. It is a waste of time. It is a waste of energy. It is a fucking distraction. It does not fucking matter. But what does matter is Earl's daughter becoming a new member of the channel. I think you already were a member of the channel and now you're rejoining it. Probably got a gifted channel membership or something. Welcome back to the cult, Earl's daughter. Appreciate you being here.
Is recognized in different terms, like in many different cultures all over the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, other places too, but yeah.
Yeah, right. And the corollary to that is the idea that gender ideology means that we have to completely negate the factual idea of sex, right? That that male and female no longer have any meaning, and that there's this gender that gender ideology is some ruse that makes us believe that none of these things have any kind of substance anymore, right? And so it's a wish to really get back to the so-called reality of binary sex, and that gender is kind of this overlay, this false overlay onto that.
Like a luxury good that you can kind of like play around with, but it's like,
right.
But it's not something anyone needs.
Yeah, right.
Can I also just say just like what false consciousness is for somebody who hasn't necessarily encountered that?
False consciousness?
False consciousness is the idea, it names an idea that you might believe something without really understanding what you're believing, if that makes sense. So, so the way that might work with gender is, so you'll see this, people will kind of talk about trans kids or trans youth, trans minors, young people, as having false consciousness regarding their gender, like, oh, this person thinks they're trans, but actually they're a woman or a man, and they're just like uncomfortable with X, Y, or Z, right? So that's one way of sort of labeling trans experience as a form of false consciousness. Yeah.
Can I ask you to also maybe clarify? I think y'all sort of referred to maybe some perceived differences between sex and gender.
A very common way to think about the differences between sex and gender is to think about gender as a more social experience and sex as a more sort of embodied experience, something to do with our bodies.
Gender is a social experience, whereas sex is biological. They do not believe the categories of men and women are biological. The categories of men and women are gendered categories. They call it the gender binary, okay? That's what they want to eliminate. They're placing it in a fundamentally different status as something that is about social relations rather than being a biological reality. Listen again.
So maybe clarify, I think y'all sort of referred to maybe some perceived differences between sex and gender.
A very common way to think about the differences between sex and gender is to think about gender as a more social experience and sex as a more sort of embodied experience, something to do with our bodies. And that's not a bad way to start thinking about it. And I think that the risk of thinking about it just in those terms is that then it can come to seem like sex is the sort of factual thing that we can't question. It's just our bodies are the way they are, and there's no other way of thinking about it. And gender is kind of this mushy thing that people can do whatever they want with. And I think in trans studies in particular, as well as some other fields, there's a much more nuanced way of thinking about sex as something that is also a social process that happens through law.
Oh, now they're debiologicing sex too. Sex is also becoming a social process. Guys, when something is a social process, what they're saying is it's about how human beings relate to one another. It's about interpersonal relationships. So they basically just said, hey, listen, even though, sex maybe used to be a biological process, sex is really transforming to become more of a social relation now. That means not biological. Listen.
About it, and gender is kind of this mushy thing that people can do whatever they want with. And I think in trans studies in particular, as well as some other fields, there's a much more nuanced way of thinking about sex as something that is also a social process that happens through law, that happens through medical assessment, that happens through different eras having different scientific advances and learning more about how the human body works and how it might change. So it's less about thinking of sex as something that we're just leaving behind or saying that it's false, or we don't want to say that it's just completely false, and we don't want to say that it is just a straight up fact, right? Instead, it's sort of more interesting and helpful to trace the ways that sex has been used in different ways, in different periods and in different contexts to accomplish certain kinds of political goals. So, what was happening at certain periods in history when people believed, based on the best medical knowledge that they had, that there were just two distinct clear sexes and that was it, right? And then what happened to people who fell between those categories? And that has to do partly with medicine and science and partly with social ideas about who matters, who belongs in the world, right? How do we deal with people who don't fall into the categories that we've devised to sort of organize our lives? And so sort of thinking less about whether it is true or false, this idea of sex, and thinking more about how have bodies been categorized differently at different periods in time, what was the purpose of that, who was gaining from that, whose lives were being suppressed or limited by that. That I think is a much more expansive and generative way of trying to think about sex.
Yeah, I really agree with that. And one thing I was just thinking about is there's a scholar named Beans Veloci, and who's a historian of science. And one of the things that Beans does in their book, which is called Sex Isn't Real, is they look at the history of a series of different scientific fields, so zoology, like agrarian studies, like agriculture, gynecology, and they look at all these examples of both human beings and non-human organisms, like animals, that kind of fall outside of like what we today would think of as a binary form of sex, like a clear male, clear female, whatever those things mean, and show how scientists work.
A binary form of sex, a clear male and a clear female, whatever that means. That's the gender binary. That's what they want to get rid of. That's what they want to abolish. That is what they believe is not biological.
A series of different scientific fields, so zoology, like agrarian studies, like agriculture, gynecology, and they look at all these examples of both human beings and non-human organisms, like animals, that kind of fall outside of like what we today would think of as a binary form of sex, like a clear male, clear female, whatever those things mean. And show how scientists worked really, really hard, not to say, oh, this particular type of species of cattle, which has really elements or kind of characteristics of both sexes.
Cattle has characteristics of both sexes, guys. That means that men and women are not biological. Yo, D, thank you, appreciate it. Just Googled the Revolutionary Bookstore near me, Jacksonville, Florida. It's owned by that DSA, Angie Nixon. Oh, wow, that might be worth a visit there. Might be worth a visit there. Doesn't that make her a capitalist? No, it does not make her a capitalist. No, it doesn't. The Communist Manifesto gives them permission to engage in capitalism in order to overthrow the system. They live in the system of capitalism. They have to survive in the system of capitalism. They are allowed to do things within capitalism as long as they are spending their time working to overthrow the capitalist system. So I'm glad you asked this question, because this is one of the dumb things that people on the right do to own the libs or whatever. They say, excuse me, you're not allowed to engage in capitalism if you are a socialist. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. It's explicit in the Communist Manifesto. It gives them permission. And so, like, please, right wingers, no offense, D, please stop doing that stupid debug, because what you're actually telling us is you haven't read the fucking Communist Manifesto and you don't understand their ideology. They have to survive in the system they're currently in. They have to put a roof over their head. They have to put food on the table, just like anyone else. Therefore, they can't completely disengage with capitalism entirely. They have to use it to own things like revolutionary bookstores, to provide this space where they can constantly organize and plan to overthrow capitalism and selling books that gets their ideology out into the world. They are using the system to try to overthrow it. Thanks for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. What is this about cattle again, being of both sexes?
One thing I was just thinking about is there's a scholar named Beans Veloci, and who's a historian of science. And one of the things that Beans does in their book, which is called Sex Isn't Real, is they look at the history of a series of different scientific fields, so zoology, like agrarian studies, like agriculture, gynecology, and they look at all these examples of both human beings and non-human organisms, like animals, that kind of fall outside of like what we today would think of as a binary form of sex, like a clear male, clear female, whatever those things mean, and show how scientists worked really, really hard not to say, oh, this particular type of species of cattle, which has really elements or kind of characteristics of both sexes, is in between. The scientists weren't actually trying to kick this type of cattle out of the category of male or female, but rather to try to create the categories in a way of male and female in a way that's expansive, that was expansive enough to accommodate all of these different like range of what we now think of as sexed characteristics. And so what Beans is trying to do in that book is show that, like, again, the book is called Sex Isn't Real, that sex is this category that's produced by science, and by this whole, like all these different fields of science, as a sort of biological fact, when really like the opposite is actually true. Like it had to really be, these categories really had to be massaged to be inclusive. And one of the other ways I think that we can see this in terms of like the human sciences is think about the way that across different racial categories, people's like sex is talked about differently. And if you really look at like blackness, whiteness, Asianness, there's really a lot of pretty significant and often very disturbing differences in the way today and in the past doctors have talked about sort of like normal sex or binary sex. It too is a racial production. And I think when we look at how sex has been racialized in the past, we can see its contingency as a scientific idea.
I would say, I think this is a place where trans studies has something really important to offer to the sciences, that Beans's work is helping. It makes me think of a colleague that I have who works in neuroscience who studies clownfish. And clownfish are one of the species that that change sex over, or can change sex over the courses of their lives. And he was showing me some of his research, and it was just fascinating to see the different takes that we had, because his view was, well, this fish changed from male to female, and it meant that the gonads did these different things, right? And my take from a trans studies perspective was, wow, that really changes what we might mean by male and female. But he was just sort of taking the categories from his scientific perspective.
That really changes what we mean by male and female, because they're trying to make the case it's not biological. I know I keep reiterating this point, but people need to understand this.
Of their lives. And he was showing me some of his research, and it was just fascinating to see the different takes that we had, because his view was, well, this fish changed from male to female, and it meant that the gonads did these different things, right? And my take from a trans studies perspective was, wow, that really changes what we might mean by male and female. But he was just sort of taking the categories from his scientific perspective and sort of just putting them on as if they could be the same, right? But I thought your research actually kind of undoes these categories in a really interesting way. So I think if we can talk to each other in those ways, that this debate around sex and gender actually has a lot of crossover between many different fields and ways of thinking.
I'm going to take us back to some of the things that you were saying when we were talking a little bit more about authoritarianism, and to think about kind of like the historical period versus today, and thinking about
Okay. I don't want this type of fucking attitude in my chat, okay? I just don't. This is lowbrow. This is lewd. This is fucking inappropriate. Would you walk into a classroom in the real world and say, "Excuse me, I don't want my nearly 11-year-old daughter thinking it's normal to have a pussy and a cock"? Grow the fuck up. And if you're not going to take this seriously and listen to what I'm saying, literally no one has said this, by the way. No one has said this. Not a single fucking person has said this. Don't do this shit again. If you are not high IQ enough to be on this channel, just get the fuck out.
Many different fields and ways of thinking.
I'm going to take us back to some of the things that you were saying when we were talking a little bit more about authoritarianism, and to think about kind of like the historical period versus today, and thinking about anti-trans politics in this particular moment and how they might relate to those in history.
I mean, I think one of the first things that I always think of is that there's one of the differences between the current moment and historically is that trans people are being addressed and attacked as a class of people, like as a very distinct class of people, which is not to say that trans people and gender nonconforming people have not been
Again, when they say trans, they don't mean Blair White, they don't mean Caitlyn Jenner. They're talking about people eliminating the gender binary, abolishing the okay. All right, well, I guess you're just getting banned then. Bye. Told you to shut the fuck up. You didn't listen. Now you can't talk. Look at how that works. Guys, just as a reminder, you are in my fucking classroom. Your job is not to debate with me. Your job is to listen to me. If you don't like the dynamic and you don't like the hierarchy, you don't have to be here. But if you continue to be disruptive after I tell you to stop, I will fucking silence you because I am the queen fascist fucking bitch of this channel. When they say trans, they are talking about people who want to abolish all gender. That is why they say trans and gender non-conforming. That is why they use those two explicitly in the same fucking sentence.
Oppressed and attacked in many ways in any historical period, but that often in the past those got folded into other kinds of categories about sexuality. So a lot of slippage between gay and trans, or different ways of enacting gender that didn't necessarily classify one as trans. And I think one of the big changes that we're now grappling with is that, for instance, there are laws being written directly about like naming transgender people as a group of people, and that is something partly because this language is
no. Do not make shit up here. Have you heard anyone say anything about transhuman? No, you haven't. It is a completely different thing. No.
relatively new in our history, right? But I think partly because there has been so much of a rise of visibility in trans politics and trans people named as trans in the last few decades, that now we're seeing that kind of come into governing, so that attacks can be much more directly targeted at this specific group of people that might have been a little more like flexible before, sort of folded into different groups before. So the laws are much more clearly targeted.
Yeah, I really agree with that. And, I think, because my training is I'm a colonial Americanist. So like my scholarship is, most of it's about the 18th and early 19th centuries. But one of the things I think about is it used to be the way that the state, or even colonial entities that were kind of before the state as we know it today, the way that they used to regulate, or the way that regulations used to sort of hit trans people, were often like through behavior, if that makes sense. So I think about what are called sumptuary laws, so like laws about how you dress. So so if you were someone who was assigned female at birth and you were and you lived as a man, and or you wore male clothing, which lots of people did for lots of different reasons. Sometimes it was about access to work, like people who were assigned female, regardless of how they identified. If you showed up in like women's attire at a number of different jobs, you would probably not be hired, even if you were someone who had people in your household to feed. You needed money to feed yourself. Like, it was access to labor was a huge reason that people might present themselves as male, whether they were male identified or not, to the military, to different types of work situations, farming, etc. But that was outlawed, but it wasn't necessarily about like this person is trans. It was
I mean, they believe that basically almost everyone is in the proletarian class. So I wouldn't say they have biological grievances. They don't believe in biology, so I wouldn't say that like that. Earl's daughter, I think you just need to listen some more. I don't really understand the question. I think you're still formulating the question. I don't really understand what you're asking. I want to try to answer it because you've already supported the stream tonight, and I very much appreciate that. I just don't understand exactly what you're asking. So I think just sit back, listen, and try to formulate a different question, I guess. Because sometimes you just need to listen some more. It's just the way it goes. Donnie! Thank you, Donnie. I appreciate the super sticker. No, we are not talking about cyborgs. No. Guys, can we just ratchet down the retardation? Can we just turn down the retardation? Like, you're in a classroom right now. Take it fucking seriously.
Like, there is a type of conduct, which is wearing the clothes of the
Jen,
quote-unquote...
No, we are not talking about androgyny. No. Have you heard the term androgyny being said? No, you haven't. That is not what they're talking about. Guys, one of the ways that you can ratchet down the retardation, stop making shit up. We don't do that here. That's conservative media. We don't make shit up here. If you don't hear them say it, then don't say, oh, I know, it's about this thing I heard about on Alex Jones that one time. No, you're making shit up. You're inserting shit that isn't fucking real into the discussion. You're bringing shit up that is not relevant at all because no one has said it. Literally, no one has said it. So if no one has said it, it shouldn't even be mentioned in the chat because it's not relevant to what is being discussed. You want me to play the upper lip video I am? Okay, I got you. I'll play the video. Okay, by special request.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
We got a long way to go, guys. I need a little less retardation and a little bit more listening, okay? W. Shikalago, appreciate it. Thank you for the channel membership.
Opposite sex, that is prohibited. And so if we find out that you are breaking that law, we're going to go after you. Now, was it always enforced? No. Was it always discovered? No. Was everyone who dressed in the clothing that's sort of associated with the quote unquote opposite sex trans? Also, maybe or maybe not. We don't really know. But it was more of a kind of...
Okay, Stern over on Rumble with another gifted channel membership. W's to you, my dear.
Behavior-based form of regulation, even as there was also widespread cultural lack of comfort with transness too. Like people who did live their entire lives as, like, say, someone who's assigned female at birth lived as a man their entire life. Like that could also be quite culturally I feel like the word I'm looking for is like not coming to me, like functionally prohibited. So it's not to say that there wasn't what we might think of today as transphobia. There absolutely was, but it was regulated differently, you know. And so I really agree with Toby that like we're really seeing laws that specifically identify trans people as a class and sort of try to regulate or criminalize them as a class.
Combat pay. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. That's our first video. That was a shorty. We got another shorty to go. Appreciate you, filthy, angry Irish peasant. You rock. Let's keep going, guys.
I think that The fixation on documentation is
Wait. Oh, I thought that was Emmy O'Brien for a second. What the fuck is this? Trans and indispensable in the Trump White House? The fuck is that? I might look into that later.
I mean, in thinking about passports especially, right,
Ooh,
is a
passports.
way of regulating who has citizenship,
Yep.
who can be recognized by a government, right, as being a legitimate a part of that place, and regulating mobility,
No,
right?
it's
Who
already
can
up
have
as high
that
as it's gonna go.
access to
No.
travel? So with a passport,
The way to turn it up is to put in earphones. I cannot make it go any higher. It is as high as it's gonna go. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
or who can have access to travel between countries, but also even just thinking about driver's licenses, who has access to go to certain places, who can cross state lines, who can who has the ID that will actually get them approved for work, right? All of those things. So I think it's a both and. It's a way of regulating trans people specifically, right? So it's a way of curtailing people's ability to move freely in the world, to be able to access the necessary material things that we need to live, to be able to access income, to be able to get housing, to rent an apartment, to be able to get healthcare. All those things have to do at some base level with having documents. But it's not just that, it's also part of this larger project, again, of trying to regulate everyone, right? So a way to crack down on who has legitimate citizenship. Documents are a very convenient way to begin to do that and make that project work.
Yeah, and like the only thing I'll add to that is I think it's really important in this moment to think about different efforts to regulate paperwork alongside each other, because I think it's a really important part of solidarity between like, for example, trans people who are US citizens and non-citizens, for example, but then also but it's also a way that, like, as Toby was saying, that the state sort of gets to exert more and more and more control and regulate and restrict access to like really important parts of everyday life. And so it's just really insidious. I'm going to say I'm a colonial Americanist, and I taught a class last semester where one of the things that we were talking about was the history of voter suppression. I kind of taught this class on it was kind of a civics class, really. But one of the things that was really interesting to see that my students didn't know, which is not to say that they should have known it, but it was interesting to see for me how they had kind of naturalized this when we talked about voter registration. They were like, well, of course you should be able to provide ID when you go to vote. And of course, the reason I bring this up is this is a major issue right now with the SAVE Act, which is broadly a kind of like nativist, xenophobic effort to sort of create this idea about voter fraud, which we know is actually not happening. It's like very anti-immigrant. But voter registration
narratives around voter fraud are just anti-immigrant. Voter fraud isn't happening, guys. Illegal immigrants aren't voting, but narratives about voter fraud are anti-immigrant, says the queer Marxist professor at Yale University. Again, they, them, again. What was that?
ID when you go to vote. And of course, the reason I bring this up is this is a major issue right now with the SAVE Act, which is broadly a kind of like nativist, xenophobic effort to sort of create this idea about voter fraud, which we know is actually not happening. It's like very like anti-immigrant. But voter registration in this unit that we did in the class it's actually historically thought of as one of the many tactics used to disenfranchise.
Yo, bro, there's not a big difference. There's not a big difference. Do you know how I know? I edit my own videos all the time. What you are hearing is I am louder than the video. I am supposed to be louder than the video. I am doing commentary over the video. This is basically a fucking reaction video. No, there's not a significant difference, bro. I listen to my videos all the time. And every single time someone comes in the chat and they start saying, you are so much louder than the video. I can't hear the video. You're so much louder. And then I go back and I listen to the playback and I'm slightly louder than the video. So the video is at its highest volume. I am at whatever fucking volume I want to be at. Get some fucking earbuds. If you can't do that, maybe you don't belong here.
people of color from voting in the United States. So alongside literacy tests and alongside what are called grandfather clause tests. So if your grandfather could vote, you could vote. But of course, for people, Black people in the United States whose grandfathers had been enslaved, their grandfathers couldn't vote, right? So thinking about documentation as this pathway to disenfranchising people, barring access, and also like drawing lines between kind of who's a legitimate American and who's not. I think like we should be very suspicious of all these efforts for obvious reasons, like the fact that, you know, people, is it Nebraska where everyone's
Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas, sorry. Like, so everything from efforts like in Kansas where they're basically revoking all trans people's IDs, but then also even to things like providing ID to vote, you know, like these are all ways of like restricting our participation in civic and just everyday life.
There's a more, there's also a more abstract, like maybe emotional power dynamic to this too, which is one of the reasons that they can target trans IDs is because we now have had for many decades now, like a very clear process for actually changing your ID, right? So we have had that process. Many people have changed their IDs, and then to revoke them, right? To get a letter from your state government, as what happened in Kansas, that says, starting tomorrow, your driver's license will be illegitimate. And you
no,
need
they
to
weren't,
return
bro.
it to
If your ears are bleeding, you're a massive fucking pussy who isn't cut out to be here. My ears are literally bleeding. Are you fucking serious? Are you a fucking leftist? Are you a fucking leftist come to torture us with your fucking whining? Is anyone else's ears bleeding in the chat? I'm sorry. Have I set off a case of mass ear bleeding in my own chat, or are you just lying and making shit up because you're a massive fucking pussy who doesn't want to shut the fuck up and listen? One in the chat if your ears are literally bleeding and that is your lived experience. 2 in the chat if your ears are just fucking fine and you would like the whiner in the chat to shut the fuck up so we can listen to the fucking video. In fact, you know what? Like, literally fuck you, bro. Literally fuck you. You're going in a timeout because I can't take the whining. If you keep whining after the timeout, I'm going to ban you. Like, seriously. This is why I don't suffer volume complainers in the chat, because they're but people who come into the chat to complain that I am louder than the video on a fucking reaction video, they are the most insufferable fucking pathetic losers every single time. They will whine about any single thing. They won't do a single productive thing. They won't learn anything because they're not smart enough to be here. We have an actual problem where leftists are trying to eliminate all gender. What do the whiners in the chat do? They focus on the volume of the fucking video and say, my ears are literally bleeding. Like, come on, grow the fuck up. Jen, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Kane, your response to voter fraud, it reminds me that of if there's one ant, there's 1 million. Not 1 million, but I know you understand. I do, Jen, and I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. No one's ears are bleeding. Literally, no one's ears are bleeding. Why am I yelling, Diane? It's my fucking stream. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. That's why. Why are you questioning me instead of sending in a super chat?
Us and get one that is in the other gender marker. To do that it is a functional way of curtailing people's actual everyday lives, right? But there's another part of it that's like, don't forget, we can track you because you filed this paperwork with us, and we have these surveillance
You're all
tools
good,
that
Jen.
means
All
that
good.
we know exactly who you are and where you're moving, and we can take that away from you at any time. So even if you
Fuck
didn't
you,
get
Mr.
that
Ken.
letter from your government, there's a huge fear
Fuck
that is
bro.
instilled through that is also part of the whole power dynamic, right? Like, I'm being watched. My neighbor got this letter and I didn't, but I also could get this letter tomorrow, right?
And to go back to like the fascist conversation or the question about fascist politics and the us-them dynamics, I think we're also seeing a lot of like political mobilization. So like bringing people together around the issue of fraud, right? So like voter fraud, which is again, something that we know from like pounds and pounds and pounds of social science and political science data is really pretty minimal in terms of a problem in the United States. But it's a way of consolidating anti-immigrant sentiment by saying like, oh, there's like immigrants who are defrauding the system and people who shouldn't be voting are voting and they're bringing candidates into office who the real Americans don't want there. But then also it like, I think that the like attacks on like the legitimacy of trans people's IDs also becomes this way of asserting transness itself as like a sort of fraudulent claim, where like you're saying that this is your gender, but actually your gender is really this, and Kansas is going to like restore, you know, like truth to your ID. Now, of course, in practice, that's really not going to work, right? You're going to end up with people who are like who are like appearing with like beards and glasses and all indicia of looking like a sort of average like dude, who are going to have F's on their ID and vice versa, right? So it's actually going to create a lot of chaos. But it's about also like advancing this claim that trans people are defrauding someone, right? And again, that brings us back to those us-them dynamics, right? Like trans people are taking advantage of you with their fraudulent IDs. Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, it brings us back to the sex is real and gender is this like, you know, wild idea, right? That your license must say the real factual scientific thing. That again completely ignores all of the scientific evidence that we have that sex is much more messy than that.
I also just want to say, why do we have gender markers in our IDs in the first place? I think this is something that's really absent from the conversation. And I'm thinking about your work. I'm thinking
why do we even have gender on our IDs? Why would we even have something on our IDs that indicates if you're a man or a woman? This is what I'm telling you guys. They are taking these tiny little steps to eliminate gender from every part of our society. Listen, I don't really understand why we need to have gender on your driver's license. Why don't we just erase it? Why don't we just take it off? They're abolishing gender. They're trying to abolish the different aspects where gender shows up in our society.
Is much more messy than that.
I also just want to say, why do we have gender markers in our IDs in the first place? I think this is something that's really absent from the conversation. And I'm thinking about your work, I'm thinking about Casadera's work. So like, but I think we should also be asking ourselves questions about why those things are there in the first place. Now I'm done. Yeah.
But we haven't yet talked about TERFs or kind of
TERFs.
The sort of feminist version of transness. So we've seen a growth in that sort of source of anti-transness. Can you speak a little bit about kind of where that's coming from, what you make of it?
TERF politics is one of the things that makes me saddest as a gender and sexuality scholar, as a queer person, as a feminist, as a genderqueer person. So it's trans exclusionary radical feminism is what TERF stands for. And TERF politics travel under a lot of different names. So in the UK, often it's described as gender critical feminism or gender critical politics. But basically, it's the idea that feminist politics, that are real feminist politics, and I just really want to like, put heavy quotes around that real, is about women, that the subject of feminist politics and feminist justice is about women. And by women, TERFs mean non-trans women, cisgender women, another word people will use.
No. That's not when it came about at all, Manny. No, that's not when it came about at all. It came about way earlier than that. No.
Described as gender critical feminism or gender critical politics. But basically it's the idea that feminist politics, that are real feminist politics, and I just really want to like, put heavy quotes around that real, is about women, that the subject of feminist politics and feminist justice is about women. And by women, TERFs mean non-trans women, cisgender women, another word people will use. And that is not, that feminism is not the subject of feminism, or the goals of feminism are not about gender liberation as a whole. They're like kind of targeted around non-transgender women's issues. I don't actually know that there are non-transgender women's issues. Let me just put that on the table. I think that there are, well, I'll stop there, but oh man, I'm gonna cry. Go ahead.
Oh no. Well, one thing that you said that that made me. I wanted to say that I think I'm kind of aligned with Sophie Lewis's take on
Sophie Lewis, let's
the
go!
feminism part of TERF,
Mm-hmm.
which is that I think it is. I agree with Sophie Lewis that I think it's a little bit risky to say, well, those are not real feminists, right?
Yeah.
If trans communities and people aligned with trans people and trans feminists are saying TERFs don't count as real feminists, I think that is a pretty dangerous move to make. Partly because it means that we then have to sort of cut off all of the different forms of feminism that have caused harm in so many ways, right? So white feminism that works with corporate capitalism, right? There's a whole list of feminist projects, both historically and presently, that I think we have to reckon with as part of a big tent of feminism that could sort of wind its way into our politics at any moment, right? So I think sort of cutting it off and saying it's not real feminism actually does a disservice to the kind of work that we should be doing.
Yeah, and let me sharpen what I just said, because I was trying to sort of say something slightly different, which is that I think TERF politics, trans exclusionary radical feminist politics, would say that real feminist politics, like the only real version of feminist politics, is a feminist politics that takes non-transgender women's issues as their center. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do actually think that TERFs are feminists, and I think this is for exactly the reasons that Toby just said, because feminism has been used to do all sorts of stuff, and I think we need to really disabuse ourselves of any sort of political innocence of feminism. Feminism is a very ambivalent tool. It's really important.
The retard,
it's also done horrible damage, and both things are true at the same time. But I think
I'm trying to, like, so okay, what just happened is the battery died in my mouse, and so I had to have Victor bring me a new battery for my mouse. So now we're turning the mouse back on again so I can actually control the mouse on the screen. So I want to explain what just happened. The retard that I just banned in the chat for being retarded is now on Twitter saying I'm just angry because I'm in menopause. Okay, that is why we silence the retards in the chat very, very quickly, because inevitably there are a bunch of fucking pathetic losers that literally do nothing but complain. And when you ban them in the chat over here, they then go into the chat on other platforms and they show exactly and explicitly how fucking retarded they are. Isn't my job fun? Isn't my job interesting? This is the type of shit I have to deal with.
In many cases, TERF politics would want to narrow the sort of range of priorities that feminist politics address to only address issues that they imagine as specific to non-transgender women. And on the other side of that coin is it's them saying that, like, the only real women are non-transgender women, right? So that's where the trans exclusionary comes from. It's the idea that that the only women who could be the subject of feminist politics, or the only women at all, are non-transgender women. And that's, of course, incorrect.
Anything I say counts as retarded. Now I need you listening and paying attention.
On the feminism part of TERF, which is that I think it is, I agree with Sophie Lewis that I think it's a little bit risky to say, well, those are not real feminists, right? So if
I'm definitely not in menopause.
If trans communities and people aligned with trans people and trans feminists are saying
welcome that
TERFs don't count as real feminists, I think that is a pretty dangerous move to make. Partly because it means that we then have to sort of cut off all of the different forms of feminism that have caused harm in so many ways, right? So white feminism that works with corporate capitalism, right? There's a whole list of feminist projects, both historically and presently, that I think we have to reckon with as part of a big tent of feminism that could sort of wind its way into our politics at any moment, right? So I think sort of cutting it off and saying it's not real feminism actually does a disservice to the kind of work that we should be doing.
Yeah, and let me sharpen what I just said, because I was trying to sort of say something slightly different, which is that I think TERF politics, trans exclusionary radical feminist politics, would say that real feminist politics, like the only real version of feminist politics, is a feminist politics that takes non-transgender women's issues as their center. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do actually think that TERFs are feminists, and I think this is for exactly the reasons that Toby just said, because feminism has been used to do all sorts of stuff, and I think we need to really disabuse ourselves of any sort of political innocence of feminism. Feminism is a very ambivalent tool. It's really important, and it has also done horrible damage, you know, and both things are true at the same time. But I think TERFs, in many cases, TERF politics would want to narrow the sort of range of priorities that feminist politics address to only address issues that they imagine as specific to non-transgender women. And on the other side of that coin is it's them saying that like the only real women are non-transgender women, right? So that's where the trans exclusionary comes from. It's the idea that that the only women who could be the subject of feminist politics, or the only women at all, are non-transgender women. And that's of course incorrect, but that is a sort of political form that TERFs kind of espouse.
I guess one element of TERF politics, is that the phrase you use?
Sure, TERF politics.
One element of that I think is really helpful to keep in mind is the way that this particular line of feminism uses what is at its core a really important conversation about safety and vulnerability and risk to actually kind of reverse where the dangers are coming from, right? So a lot of the idea around TERF feminism is that the danger is coming from trans women, right? Who in their minds are not actually women, but are men sort of pretending to be women, right? This flies in the face of everything that we know. I mean, this is very similar to the kind of rhetoric around stranger danger as being the most sort of biggest threat to women or children, right? When actually we know that violence happens most commonly with people that you know, who are in your family or who are in your church or who are in your sports team, right? And so it's a similar dynamic with feminism.
Why are people who have never actually watched this stuff speaking? Why? Bro, I'm going to break this. I'm going to be really fucking blunt. Jordan Peterson did not expose that these people don't believe in biological sex. Do you know how I know that? These people have been talking openly in public for decades about how they don't believe in biological sex and want to abolish it. That was not exposed because Jordan Peterson did fucking anything. Jordan Peterson is basically a vegetable at this point because he's so out of his fucking mind on benzos. He's a fucking drug addict. And that's why he's no longer in the public. Because he took so much fucking medication, he literally fried his own fucking brain. This stuff was going on in public for decades before Jordan Peterson ever entered into the public consciousness. Jordan Peterson didn't expose shit.
Under this sort of rhetoric of safety, which has a lot of cultural weight and power and can get people really concerned, that all of the risk is sort of directed at the harms that trans women are supposedly causing to non-trans women, when in fact, all the evidence, right, from people's lived experience and also actual statistical, peer-reviewed studies shows that harm is coming from larger structural forces, that trans women are far more likely to be experiencing violence than any other class of people in restrooms, for instance. And so it's a very tricky sort of logistical move, right, to sort of displace the danger onto a very small minority of people that then I think, unfortunately, right, allows a huge structural problem to then kind of go and just kind of fade away. Right?
And it also, like, I promise I won't go on too long, but like, I think it's also a way to go back to the fascist politics. It's another way of creating us-them, an us-them dynamic within feminism. And this is why it's so dangerous and why we should all refuse it at every turn. At the end of the day, like, gender violence affects feminized people of all classes. Also, it also affects masculinized people of all classes, of all races, of all backgrounds, of all experiences. Sexual violence as a form of gender violence is a huge pervasive problem in our society, and trans and non-trans people alike, like we share so much more around the issue of gender-based violence than we sort of don't share, you know. But I think allowing trans exclusionary feminist politics to create these divisions between non-trans women and trans women it's a horrible form of divide and conquer, and it also further marginalizes trans people and trans women in particular in a way that I think also makes feminist movements less powerful. And I think that's the real not even the real tragedy, one of many tragedies of TERF politics for me.
And on the fascism tip, it also sort of insulates the state against having to account for its own role in this, right? If we're always looking at this small group of our fellow peers.
I'm so sorry to hear that, OC. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything works out for you. Everyone send positive vibes to OC.
Right, as where the problem is coming from, then all of the structural sort of state policies, the fact that we don't have equal access to healthcare, right, the fact that higher education is being tanked, right, all of those things just get sort of displaced onto individuals, and so it's really a protection of the state's failure to support its society, right?
Could you tell us a little bit about why the right is so fixated on trans kids?
Again, I think there's so many reasons that there's this fixation on trans kids. I think one of the biggest sort of broad level ones is that, you know, in most places in the world, children have hardly any access to their own rights or agency or autonomy. And so they become a really convenient figure, kind of abstract figure to mobilize, but then also this really convenient rhetorical tool to use as you will, right? Because children's agency is so pushed away, right, and denied that it is almost inconceivable that we might actually listen to children's own voices about what their experiences are and what they want, and to take those seriously. So that as a sort of the conditions of our life, right, make it very easy to use children for whatever project you might have in mind.
All right, I need to listen to this again. Okay, this is the issue of parental rights. When they're talking about adult supremacy, they believe that adults, parents, own children like slaves. They're talking about children have agency. Children are, but it's very like Scientology, like when you get into the discussion about children, because like they basically believe, like Scientologists, that children are but little adults in little adult bodies and can make all their own decisions.
You know, support its society, right?
Could you tell us a little bit about why the right is so fixated on trans kids?
Again, I think there's so many reasons that there's this fixation on trans kids. I think one of the biggest sort of broad level ones is that, you know, in most places in the world, children have hardly any access to their own rights or agency or autonomy. And so they become...
When parental rights exist, parental rights are a form of capitalism. Children do not have access to their own agency, their own autonomy.
Really convenient figure, kind of abstract figure to mobilize, but then also this really convenient rhetorical tool to use as you will, right? Because children's agency is so pushed away, right, and denied that it is almost inconceivable that we might actually listen to children's own voices about what their experiences are and what they want, and to take those seriously. So that as a sort of the conditions of our life, right, make it very easy to use children for whatever project you might have in mind. And I think attached to that is this idea of a childhood innocence, which I should be clear is really only available to certain children, right? So It's usually attached to white, middle or upper class girls.
Property ownership.
And it is usually completely denied to particularly Black children, and I would say today, especially immigrant children, right, among others. But when we have this idea of childhood innocence and we have the sort of stereotypical figure of that child sort of in mind, or that's being projected to us over and over and over again, then it becomes really convenient to use that idea of innocence. Well, we have to protect this child. And that is a good wedge sort of entry point for all kinds of other projects. And I'm thinking about ways that like laws today are very frequently focused on trans youth, but I don't think that we should imagine that it's going to stop there. We have already seen ways that several states have tried to expand laws that once were about minors into curtailing adults' rights as well, or expanding what age childhood is, right? So now there's a lot of rhetoric about, well, we believe that the brain is not fully developed until you're 24, 26. And so just incrementally sort of expanding what a child's brain is so that you can keep controlling people in ever larger ways.
And I think like a really kind of reductionist but important another like sort of addition to this is if you don't have trans kids, you don't have trans adults, right? Like if you stop someone's experience or access to sort of the development of their you know, experience, identity, of an account of themselves, which might include for some kids transness, it really prevents a trans future. And so like, it's a really, I mean, that's a very like harsh read on the situation, but I think that is part of what's happening. And I think the other thing that that it also does is it also like sort of attacks on trans kids' access to either to care. Also, both makes it more difficult for trans kids to sort of meet each other and also to connect with trans adults. Like there's a way that it's also about fracturing and undermining the social fabric and connections like within and among trans people in a way that I think is really harmful.
So the they, them queers want trans kids connecting with trans adults.
Is part of what's happening. And I think the other thing that that it also does is it also like sort of attacks on trans kids' access to either to care. Also, both makes it more difficult for trans kids to sort of meet each other and also to connect with trans adults. Like there's a way that it's also about fracturing and undermining the social fabric and connections like within and among trans people in a way that I think is really harmful for everyone, including trans adults, right? Like it's a wonderful thing as like a sort of, as an adult to be able to sort of share lessons from your own very specific experience with young people coming up behind you, whether or not those experiences actually have anything to say to like the conditions of the world that they're growing up under. And I just, again, want to really emphasize what Toby was saying about protection. I think both it's a really effective rhetoric, like who's against the protection of children? You know, like who's going to be like me? But then also, I think it also advances protection as like as a framework for political work that seems like really salubrious or helpful, but that actually has a lot of really insidious purposes. Like we see a lot of like Toby was saying, like it doesn't stop with children. We see, to go back to the 2025 executive order that was that sought to say that like for the purposes of the federal government, there are only two sexes, men and women, because these are immutable characteristics. That executive order is called something like Protecting Women from Gender Ideology, right? These protectionist approaches to political control, I think have a kind of like efficacy. They're effective in a different way than just saying like, you know what, we're going to ban all access for trans adults to getting gender affirming care, and we should be really aware of them. And so I think this is also a place where like the political fortunes of minors and the political fortunes of adults, trans adults, are really tied.
Yeah, I'll say two more things if I can keep them in my mind. One is that I think this is also attached to really old and continuing ideas that are heavily racialized about who actually can act as an adult, right? So who actually has even ideas about who has the intellectual capacity to be treated as an adult. So when we see attacks on actual children, right, like people who by age are designated as children, that is not separate from really old, deep ideas about people of color not being advanced enough to be able to vote, for instance, right? To be able to be trusted to be good citizens. And so I think that connection is really important. The other thing I would say about trans kids, I was thinking about what Greta said about trying to eradicate trans people overall by getting rid of trans kids, then the idea, right? This is not how it works, but the idea that if you get rid of trans kids, then eventually you'll have no trans adults is, I think another component of it is that we know that when people are able to engage transition early in their life, that they actually have generally a much better experience as an adult, right? And I think that some of this is about a fear that if we allow people to transition early, we won't be able to tell as well who is trans when they're adults, right? So curtailing what trans.
If we allow people to transition when they're kids, then no one will be able to tell who's trans when they're adults. And the evil right-wingers who don't want kids to transition, it's just because they want to be able to tell who's actually trans as an adult, where we don't want people to know who's trans and who's not trans. What could possibly go wrong, professor from the University of Illinois? What could possibly go wrong? Listen to that again. Jen, thanks so much for the super chat. Let's go. Yeah, so much for the 10th plank. That was a disguise for the entire time. Dr. K, it sounds like they're trying to make an 11th plank. I'm not sure I would say that. Maybe more, it's reminding me of Scientology. And yes, I know I mean hyperbolic. Appreciate it, Jen. Thanks so much for the super chat. Listen.
And so I think that connection is really important. The other thing I would say about trans kids, I was thinking about what Greta said about trying to eradicate trans people overall by getting rid of trans kids, then the idea, right? This is not how it works, but the idea that if you get rid of trans kids, then eventually you'll have no trans adults is, I think another component of it is that we know that when people are able to engage transition early in their life, that they actually have generally a much better experience as an adult, right? And I think that some of this is about a fear that if we allow people to transition early, we won't be able to tell as well who is trans when they're adults, right? So curtailing what trans kids can do with their bodies, right? Or with their clothing or with their names, right? All of that stuff, I think is also about a real deep anxiety that eventually we won't be able to know who's trans or not. Now, of course, we often, I think the belief that we can just know by looking at anyone, whether they're trans or not, is completely false. But I do think that that's part of the idea underneath this, that if we can make people wait long enough until their sort of natural puberty has already changed their bodies, then it will be much easier to tell as we're moving in the world, right? Who we need to be afraid of or who we need to exclude. And that trans kids, I think, really present a threat to that wish.
I want to add one more thing, if that's okay. And I think also like control of children, and this goes back to what Toby started with, you know, they are children, minors are the most like legally vastly like or universally disenfranchised class in the United States. And like lots of legal scholars will talk about this. But I think that like also creating a comfort where there's like a sort of legalized form of total control over an entity, whether those, so in this case it's adults over children, makes us more comfortable with that control showing up in other contexts. And I think, and there's a reason that like there's and I won't go into this, but there's like a idea of like state power that's called parens patriae. So that's like the Latin root of that is like about like fatherhood, parenting, or parental control. And I think we should really resist that kind of thinking. And I think like resisting, well, I'll just leave that there. I think we should resist that kind of thinking.
Well, it brings us full circle to the question we started with about authoritarianism and fascism, right? If we can't root it out of our own home lives, right? Our own families, our own relationships between adults and children, then how are we going to be prepared to actually address it at these upper governmental levels, right? If we can't do it interpersonally, then we're not prepared to do it in other areas.
All right, we got to the end of part 2. All right, how you guys doing? How you guys feeling? We got part 3 left to go, and part 3 is the longest. We are now moving from the discussion panels into the actual conference keynote. Again, for people who've just joined, this took place at an event called Trans Freedom School at the University of California, Davis in March. That was some little like chatty conversation videos that they filmed. This is an actual presentation from the actual conference. You guys ready? One in the chat if you're ready to watch a 1.5 hour presentation about trans abolition, whatever the fuck that means. 2 in the chat if you've already had enough and you're going home. You guys ready to go? What I'm going to do as we transition into this, I'm going to go get my second drink. I'm almost done. I didn't drink the whole beer. I drank like a glass of it. I'm going to go get another beverage. I'm already feeling tipsy. I'm actually already feeling drunk. It is a sad and pathetic state of affairs that I have 1 glass of beer and I'm already getting a buzz. God, the old me is definitely dead. Okay, guys, we are moving into this presentation. We still do have, let's see, how many do we have? I have to do math. 34 more channel memberships to meet the goal for today. So if you guys appreciate what I'm doing, you guys appreciate me breaking this stuff down, you guys appreciate me teaching you what the left really believes and showing you what they talk about behind closed doors when they think people like us aren't listening, please feel free to show your appreciation. I would love to get over 100 channel memberships today. We already have 66. That means we need 34 more. If 34 people just donated 1 channel membership, we would already be at the goal. And I will be haranguing you and asking you and demanding until we meet that goal. We are going to meet the goal because I got to fund the stream somehow. I am 100% independently funded by people just like you. These streams don't happen if they are not funded. So if you guys can afford to support the streams for everyone, please feel free to do so. I did get a fall theme beer. The first thing I had was Sam Adams Oktoberfest. And now I'm going to go get another one. I'm going to go down to my fridge and get another one. And I will be right back. And I will let the presentation start. And you guys can let me know if I miss anything. But I will be right back in but a few short moments.
Dr. Nat Raha is a poet and activist scholar and lecturer in fine art critical studies at the Glasgow School of Art. Her books of poetry include Apparitions, Nines, Of Simons, Bodies, and Faultlines, and countersonnets. Nat's work is anthologized in 100 Queer Poems, and We Want It All, an anthology of radical trans poetics. Performance work includes Epistolary on Carceral Islands, co-commissioned by Edinburgh Art Festival in Scotland and Tulsa Festival of Visual Arts in Galway, Ireland. Some of Dr. Raha's recent critical writing appears in Queer Print in Europe, Transgender Marxism, New Feminist Literary Studies, and Third Text, Imagining Queer Europe Then and Now. With Micah Fonderdrift, Nat is co-author of Transfem Futures, Abolitionist Ethics for Transfeminist Worlds, co-editor of the Radical Transfeminism Zine, and co-author of the article They Would Plant the Rose Garden Themselves, Feminist Complicity, Solidarity, published in Social Text. Professor Micah Fonderdrift works on transfeminist and anti-imperial ethics, philosophies of movement, collective action, and countercultural production. This work takes the form of writings, performances, and sound pieces, often by way of interdisciplinary collaborations. Micah is tutor of research at the Royal College of Art, London, and co-chair of its Union Branch. Micah is a founding member of the arts collective Red Forest, which has exhibited at the Milano.
All right, I'm going to see if I can boost the volume of this just slightly. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Depends.
Triennale at the German Pavilion and at the Helsinki Biennale. Together with Nat Raha, Micah co-authored Transfem Futures. They have published in Social Text with Cambridge University Press and currently co-edit the Radical Transfeminism. Please join me in welcoming the professors. Thank you.
Wow, you just got promoted.
Hey everyone, thanks for staying and thanks for coming to listen. So we're gonna be talking about this book, Transfem Futures: Abolitionist Ethics for Transfeminist Worlds. We're kind of like
Futures. Let's
gonna
go.
break form a little bit. We really like are gonna talk about the book rather than give a talk. But we will also read a section from the book. We'll get there. We'll be talking about that. And so we kind of and we're also thinking like a little bit in response to the conversation so far today. The joy of working on a book project. And Maker and I have been working together for like 10 years. We've organized some conferences. We've done some zine making, done editing.
Zine making.
We've done loads of panels together, and then we wrote this book after all of that. There are so many kind of like points or nodes or concepts in our thinking and things that we're working through, and then a lot of practical things that we've also been involved in collectives together. So there's all these kind of movable parts. So we'll try and riff on some of those, and also in relation to some of the conversation that's come up today as well.
Yeah. So when we say that we are working on a zine and we started a conference, I think this is the moment we started to work together.
If you are unfamiliar with the term zine, a zine is basically, I have a whole bunch of them sitting on my fucking desk. It's a small batch publication that's basically like something anyone can print out on a printer, and they distribute them in bookstores, they distribute them at events, they distribute them in conferences. Sometimes they put a nice cover on them, like this one. Sometimes the anti-ice whistle kits. This is an actual whistle kit from Chicago, the original home of the fucking whistle kits. They come with zines, just small little things that are just printed out, and anyone can print this on a home printer. This is not hard. This is printed on a home fucking printer, and then they fold up the paper. That's what they mean by zine. Zines are the propaganda tool of the left. Anytime you hear the word zine, chances are someone on the left is involved. Not every zine in existence has leftist themes, but a significant amount of them do. No, I'm not going to try on the whistle. No, I'm not. No.
Together in a queer co-op in Southeast London. And we were very unhappy with the main form of trans politics that we met in the UK, which was on the one hand a liberal call for trans rights, and on the other hand a lot of work in the UK was being done on media representation. And we found it both a bit tepid, because it didn't address the living conditions that we actually met. So we started to talk, and together with a friend of ours, Chrissy Hunter, we decided to do something. We call it organizing a conference. It's something a bit more low key. There's a thing in London called the London Conference of Critical Thought, and basically you can walk in and do whatever you like. And we said, like, let's have the three of us work on thinking through what it could mean from within Europe to have a concept like radical transfeminism. What would it mean? And we started to not just put out a call for papers as one does in the academy, which is often a bit passive. You put a call out and you see who responds, and it's often graduate students. But we actually started to talk to our friends, often friends that were also not academics. And we started to talk about their knowledge making, their form of living, and started to work with them to have all kinds of papers or kind of presentations. We had all kinds of different forms to get together in a space. And we said basically talking for 3 days together, lots of hanging out, having food together, a performance night, all the show. And then from that came the Transfeminism Zine, which was again us reaching out to friends, both people, academics, but also lots of non-academics, to sort of get together and start to work through some of that knowledge that we were building on the ground in order to find a new way of thinking that was not so constrained by disciplinarity. And so this book, and also the way we're going to talk now, makes some of the same movement. So it starts from like literally your bodies or localized perspective.
Okay, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I'm done the beer. We're moving on. My favorite brewery for fall beers is Southern Tier Brewery. They are in New York. They are fucking awesome. They do amazing pumpkin beers. One is called Pum King, which is the king of all pumpkin beers. If you have a chance to have Southern Tier Pum King, you need to take it. because it is the most delicious pumpkin pie flavored beer that you will ever have, and it is 8% alcohol. Southern Tier has just launched a pumpkin cider called Pum Queen. And this is the cider version of, I guess, the pumpkin beer. And this will be the first time I've ever had it. I didn't even know this existed until I went to the beer store today. And I'm super excited to try it. And that is what we will be drinking next. And this cider is 8.6% alcohol. So I could be getting very drunk by the end of the stream. So everyone better get in the channel memberships, because I'm going to get belligerent if we don't meet the membership goal. It's going to be your fault, okay?
If we walk up the ladder to abstractions, we climb down the ladder, we start to talk about situations we meet. We use some academic forms and we use lots of non-academic forms. So we will be chatting, we will be reading, we will be making things up in the moment.
Yeah. So, and part of this is maybe thinking about the origin of where our thinking was. You know, we were talking about this conference, which was in 2015, which was that we were really trying to, on the one hand, think about transfeminism as not just being framed by this anti-TERF kind of critical frame, which is at the time, you know, and a really good example of this is like the TSQ on trans/feminisms that came out in like 2014. That it was really like the only way that transfeminism could be conceived was in a counter-TERF moment, right? Was being against TERF feminisms. And so we kind of like, oh, it's a bit tiring when your entire political project is about arguing with people who don't think you deserve to exist, or who think you don't exist, right? And obviously we're here in the backlash, it's 2025. We're still thinking through some of these questions. And next to that is the frustration with what we were calling transliberalism back in that same time, as in this liberal politics of rights and recognition, that it didn't really address.
When they say liberal in this context, they are not saying it in a positive way. The liberal politics of rights and recognition is about individuality. These people do not believe in individuality. These people do not believe in liberalism. They're not saying liberal rights in a way that they're embracing it. They're saying, ew, these fucking liberal individualist rights, ew.
We're here in the backlash, it's 2025. We're still thinking through some of these questions. And next to that is the frustration with what we were calling transliberalism back in that same time, as in this liberal politics of rights and recognition, that it didn't really address the concrete material questions that we were facing.
We got CB in. CB getting us started on a channel membership run, I hope. Thank you, bro. W's to you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. I really appreciate you.
And the UK at this point, you know, I've been in the UK my whole life. We're really facing this
29
intense,
more.
we were like 5 years into this intense austerity regime, the kind of social movements that had emerged
Let's
in
go.
combat of that, like the
Appreciate it, bro. You rock.
Movements like student movement, huge disability justice movement, that none of this was kind of getting formulated in the question of rights and what rights would mean. And then fast forward now, we also see this playing out. We're thinking about how the conversation around trans rights has kind of been framed, and how on the one hand, it's often very unspecified, undefined. So we can be like trans rights now, and we kind of we're not that, when we say trans rights now, we're not being specific about what we mean. Maybe we mean legal gender recognition, usually that's what it means. Maybe there's a question around healthcare and healthcare access, and actually that question was put on the table by activists, and it looks quite different.
Yo! SS Kennedy on Rumble, holding it down. 10 gifted channel memberships on Rumble. Let's go. W's in the chat to SS Kennedy, and I'm going to put the Rumble link in the chat on YouTube. Guys, please make sure if you go over to the Rumble channel, you might be able to get a gifted channel membership right now, because Rumble is just weird in how they get them out. But make sure you subscribe to me on Rumble. SS Kennedy, you rock. Rumble holding down today. I appreciate it, bro. Massive. I want to see W's all over the chat on Rumble and on YouTube as well.
And so we're all, on the one hand, that we're trying to be like, okay, so what about the theory and the ideas and the practices that emerge from that space of social struggle or contestation, which is often just about us trying to do things together in order to make our lives more livable. And in that, the key word in that is together, right? So we think a lot about collective practices, and we really think through about the book, like this book, really thinks about the relationship of collectives and what it means to try and do collective work and the struggle within that and the things that come up, the tensions that come up, kind of in comparison, but not necessarily in opposition to institutional spaces where, you know, we like the academy, like the spaces that we go for whatever reason, to study, to work, to find community, but that are hierarchical and structured, right? Because the idea is that the collective is a potentially non-hierarchical space, and that's what it's got to always be working towards, right? And so in that, that's like the space, thinking about the spatial formulation, and we're going to get into a reading about some of that stuff in a minute. And then next that was thinking about like, what does transness and what does femness kind of offer to our understandings of the world? And for us, like, one of the things that we really try and put forward in this book is that both trans and femme, as two of the key words in the title of our book, are practices, which is to say there's a chance to not just think about trans or think about femme or femininity or queer femininity or trans womanhood in identitarian terms. So what does it mean to think of femme as a way of engaging with the world, a way of understanding ourselves and of doing gender in this kind of, on the one hand, it might be about presentation, but it might also just be about how we interact and relate to the world that's around us and how we build relations within that world. And similarly, thinking about transness as this, you know, we keep coming back to this definition from Susan Stryker. It's on like page 1 of Transgender History, of trans as this refusal from an unchosen starting point towards something else. And the emphasis in there is refusal, but also movement. And to say that, okay, it's there's a starting point that we're leaving behind. It's got potentially some kind of trajectory, but also in that we don't have to necessarily know where we're going.
But then I think in there, what we found in the more like disciplinary queer theory is that there's an emphasis on indeterminacy, and after that you really, really have to move carefully, because before you know, you make a claim. And what we found actually in our lives, we make all kinds of forms and we really know well what we're doing. And all these forms, they take a certain shape, and sometimes they fall apart and sometimes we come back together. So we were kind of unhappy with indeterminacy as an answer to a question that we were living very differently. Because yeah, we might not know where we're going, but we were definitely moving and we were creating things and we were relating to each other and we're building new forms of relation. But what we then find in the institutional space, there your identity becomes very important, because we will move to there in a minute, but what you have in the institution is quite often that you're out of relation, and therefore you're in a formalized zone where your identity determines your social position, almost. And what we found in the doing, in our collectives, and our collectives were, we were building a form of living that we maybe were trying to want to live. And we found there that our doing it, and or doing it in a group, is what actually started to make those collectives more than our identities. So we just go to the reading. So
really, yeah,
the reading comes out of it.
Yeah.
Do you want to introduce it?
Yeah, go for it.
So the reading comes out of a chapter that we called "It Takes a Nation of Managers to Hold Us Back," and
it's really the chapter where we actually spend a lot of time talking about, well, the subtitle is Transliberalism and Liberation Amidst Currents of Empire. We kind of spend a lot of time exactly talking about this framework of like, what do we mean by trans rights and where does that leave us?
Yeah.
And also thinking about why the institution needs, like, what's the function of gender in institutional bureaucracy?
Yeah.
But then kind of in the middle of those 2 points is the section we're going to read from, which is thinking a little bit about the human rights framework, again, where that leaves us, what kinds of forms of existence within the world institutions leave us with. And then, yeah, so we'll just read. I think this reading's going to...
We're just going to read.
So we're going to read for probably about 15 minutes.
Yeah,
well,
so this is the official paper part. Human rights for human resources, institutional stasis and inclusion. It is worth remembering that the international framework of human rights emerged in the mid-20th century, in a period where colonial nation states worked to contain the influence and power of newly independent nations that had emerged through anti-colonial liberation movements. Designated by nation states and international bodies such as the UN, human rights were intended as the liberal and democratic protections of individuals or groups from states and exploitative corporations. In the present, a call for rights can function either as a demand to end an individual or group's exclusion from a state and or as the expression of an aspiration to be recognized as a full citizen. Rights purport to offer a legal framework of protection, enabling opportunity and success.
They're about to shit on
that
it.
are governed by institutions and the state and are...
Okay, I want people to be ready for this. I'm going to tell you what's coming, and I haven't watched this. They are about to shit on the idea of liberal rights. These are not liberals. They don't like liberals. They don't want liberal rights. They're saying, here are all the different ways that liberal rights function in our society. And they're about to say, I promise you, here's why that's bad. Hey, Master Shake, can we stop being a dick in the chat? Can we stop? Because I don't want to give people the impression that they're allowed to be a dick in the chat, and I'm letting you be a dick in the chat because I know who you are, but can you please just stop?
Acceptable to its dominant cultures. With rights, one is promised through inclusion the opportunity of enrichment in an orderly manner, whereby those who are marginalized by social norms and pressures, by material conditions or geopolitical events and policies, are explicitly invited through law into pre-existing legal and socio-economic structures of a nation. A legal emphasis, such as the bestowal of certain documents, might allow one to work when one was not permitted to before, such as being granted a work permit or settled status, but doesn't necessarily come with support from welfare or other material means. In such a framework, problems, struggles, and harms are considered in a nominal manner, and people are left to fend for themselves.
We are hesitant to rely on institutional and legal reforms for social change.
See,
institutions curb.
We are hesitant to rely on this for social change. The communist utopia is not going to be built by liberal rights.
To fend for themselves.
We are hesitant to rely on institutional and legal reforms for social change. Institutions curb our movements. Institutions function to stabilize the world, erecting fences to enable the control of an environment by management.
Institutions are capitalism.
Liberal institutions emerge from the European Enlightenment philosophy's ideas of knowledge and individual agency. In these theories, the boundaries of knowledge contain what is to be controlled, while everything else is excluded as chaos. To be unknown is to have no place in the structure, which entails not having access to the institutions that structure distributions of attention and resources and inform social hierarchy.
Meanwhile, individualism is encouraged through a language of individual wishes and wants. Individualization is a necessary element of the process of inclusion. The emphasis on the individual safeguards institutions against collectivized pressure. Included individuals, especially of marginalized groups, are easily isolated and controlled amid the dominant currents of the institution. The wider social pressures that lead to marginalization can be addressed superficially in the institutional context only. Organizational structures that emphasize managerial control are shaped in such a way that allow space for individual decisions. This even, sometimes, goes by the name of autonomy, as we will discuss in the healthcare chapter, which we're not going to do today, but we'll talk about autonomy as such. Yet the range of choices is limited in possibility and scope by organizational hierarchies. Freedom of choice.
Do you guys hear how there are all these references to capitalism? They're talking about the system of capitalism. 1 in the chat if you understand that, 2 in the chat if you don't. Be honest in your answers, guys, please. I need to know who's following this and who's not. 1 in the chat if you understand that they're talking about capitalism, that liberalism means capitalism, liberal institutions mean capitalism, they have hierarchies. 2 in the chat if you don't understand that. And it's okay to not understand. It really is. It is okay if you don't understand. Okay.
Offers only predetermined options already shaped by institutions, even if, in the moment of making a choice, it is experienced as going against the grain. This modicum of individual agency is key to the dissolution of collective agency and collaboration in social movements. Conversely, movements can remake social forms without hierarchy through collective vision and action. When we exercise our agency against institutions as individuals, we often end up burnt out.
While this picture might seem bleak, it offers a chance to rethink freedom of choice and its attendant term, autonomy. Collective liberation asks much more of us in terms of responsibility, action, and a preparedness to relinquish personal wishes. In chapter 1, we discuss the fem work of making groups into collectives, which includes the way they come together and act perhaps in concert. When we think of liberation with regard to collectives, we provoke ourselves into stepping out of hierarchies, including the fragmentation and enforced separation that racial capitalism produces, while refusing the logics of accumulation and separability. Collectives function differently than institutions because the possibility of a refusal of participation infuses a non-hierarchical element. A call to action might be met with inertness. People might stop showing up or simply ignore what is said. This is not always bad. For instance, it might mean that a group is not ready to deal with a situation, or it might mean that certain methods of social organizing are not acceptable, or people disagree on an
No, they don't
outcome.
consider everyone a liberal bot.
In this way, movement work contrasts managerial hierarchies that purport to get things done.
In collectives, when people do not show up, one is aware that things are not going well. In contrast, when in institutions people do not show up, it means that they are not generating friction within its function, which is taken as an indication that all is going well. Collectives come together in many ways, which need to be learned or rehearsed to create shared outcomes. Yet collectives do not provide predetermined choices for existing questions, because part of the collective work is to shape the future one wants to live. Choice is substituted by the necessity to create futures in the present, which involves shaping practices in a manner that supports engagement of the collective's members. However, it is also a common occurrence that collectives fall apart. Such a falling out can be painful for the people involved, although it can also be understood as inevitable for the distribution of knowledge. Fallouts make possible the transfer of knowledge and methods to new groups, the combining of knowledges from different organizations. Although, in comparison to institutions, such fallouts can appear to be a sign of the unfeasibility of horizontal organizing, rather than simply a sign of its success. Collectives are partly about making new relations.
Okay, so I've covered this in other places, but I'll give you a brief answer. If communism takes over, who do they think will run the country? No, someone is not always in charge. No, you need to dispense with that fucking myth in your head. These people are non-hierarchical. They are decentralized. They believe that essentially communities would have their own community council. So, okay, when they take over, they're going to eliminate the presidency. They're going to eliminate the Senate. They're going to eliminate the Supreme Court. They are basically going to eliminate everything that is not a House of Representatives style thing. The House of Representatives for them would be much, much larger than it is today because it would include proportional representation from all over the country of all the different communities who are going to have themselves their own elected councils. I'm not going to go into this in great depth right now. You can look up videos on my channel where I've talked about this. You can go to my Substack and read where I've written about this, but that is what they believe. It's going to be run by the collective. So no, there would be no hierarchy. You're thinking of Stalinism. That's not what they're doing at all.
Because by coming together, imaginations are formed, knowledge is transferred, and forms of being together are explored and developed.
I don't give a flying fuck if the Borg has a queen with absolute power. This is not fucking science fiction. This is real life. I'm responding to someone on Rumble.
Creating a present in which futures can be conceived does not work in every group that comes together, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. We offer this here to provide a foothold to the contrast between institutions and collectives. Sorry, there's more there, but we cut it.
The political right especially claims to be defenders of freedom, construed primarily through freedom of speech, without accountability. Amidst the racist, xenophobic, and anti-trans backlash, a notable exception is freedom of choice for women. Sayaka Valencia writes, and this is a long quote, so I'll read it. In my opinion, the prohibition of abortion in the state is a distraction tactic of patriarchal institutions represented by doctors, fathers, priests, lovers, rapists, etc., so as to not have to speak about themselves or about the ultra-violent context in which Baja California lives on a daily basis. Talking constantly about women, their bodies, their sexuality, and their choices is the best way to continue controlling us. It's a clear way to avoid the enunciation of an autonomous discourse about their own issues. As Virginie Despentes states, and this is a quote from Despentes, men like to talk about women, that way they don't have to talk about themselves, end quote.
Okay, listen. Kay Stern on Rumble. I appreciate all the support you've given the channel. You are not allowed to break the rules. You got put in a 5-minute timeout. It's not that fucking bad. If you are taking your toys and going home because you got put in a 5-minute timeout because you were being rude and telling people to shut up in the chat, you need to get a fucking grip. Donating to the stream is awesome and I appreciate it. Donating to the stream does not allow you to ignore the rules that I have put in place for the stream. Those rules are in place for a reason because everyone needs to calm the fuck down so they can listen to what is being said. When you are telling people to shut up in the chat because you're being rude, that is distracting to what we are doing. So,
respond to this ideological onslaught by defending freedom as freedom of choice. Liberal freedom of choice means choosing between prefigured options, as we argued above, which can be claimed as one's own, a hallmark of possessive individualism. Liberty in this form means to exercise agency in a splendid isolation. Such isolation makes one necessarily collapse back into the norm, even if one wishes to escape from duress or to simply live a life less ordinary. Individualized agency can only get one so far, even though in the hubristic, Eurocentric imagination, an individual has the power to change the world.
To delve further into this, in universities, an emphasis on individual agency and managerial power interlock to create freedom of content and simultaneously reinforce hierarchy. In the 1990s, the increasing precarity of contracts coincided with an emboldening of hierarchy in academic workplaces, often in the name of market logics and executive pay. The enforcement of managerial command of the structure of the institution at the same time allowed individual lecturers to shape courses according to their own ethical commitment.
They're essentially talking about how colleges and universities put hierarchy in place within the academic units, thus creating capitalism. The colleges and universities to these people are designed to feed people into the system of capitalism. So that might sound weird to people who don't understand this. Does the left control the universities? Yes, but they control the faculty positions. They do not control the administration. The administration is not the same as them. The administration are not all far leftists. And so when you have the left talking about how the universities are capitalism, you have to keep in mind they're not talking about the socialist faculty. They're talking about the administration that are running the universities.
Crucially, we can see that it is because of inclusion and precarity that control of course content is devolved to individual lecturers. Especially precarious engagement come with a freedom in regard to the syllabus because the control that is rescinded on course content, a retraction of a moralizing homogeneity, is subsumed by a control over structures, an emphasis on financial authority, which often relies on quantified data on spreadsheets. This novel patriarchy is not commandeering, but managerial. The stasis of relation dries up the impetus for social change. However, an often derided managerial lack of vision, in conjunction with meaningless market slogans, also undergirds this possibility of working against the erasure of certain topics.
However, the inclusion of marginalized knowledges demands the abandonment of organizational forms that are integrated with counter-normative knowledge approaches. It remains an open question whether such inclusion in fact works against erasure or co-opts and neutralizes knowledges to become institutionally accessible. Such adaptations might merely give an illusion that all kinds of knowing fit in a single patriarchal organizational form. And still, the institutional structure might include previously ignored perspectives, even if these outsider knowledges might be captured by controlling normativities. For instance, top-down policy requires data to be sent upwards via evaluation schemes, which might determine hiring policies. These schemes of evaluation adapt insights into institutional structures. Metrics function to control the output, irrespective of content. In this sense, institutions can grant freedom while retaining control. Depersonalizing the means of evaluation through policy and metrics disguises patriarchal disinterest with a sheen of objectivity.
Hey, Kay Stern, if your son is bitching and complaining that you got put in a timeout for breaking the rules, you need to tell your son to toughen the fuck up. Otherwise, he's a massive pussy coward and doesn't belong in my fucking chat. I don't want to hear one more fucking bit of whining over on Rumble. We are working our way through difficult content, and your fucking feelings are not required.
The interest of the institution is in representation of results, or metrics, or diversity, ranking, or grants, or outputs, but not in connection. The managerial middle ground literally guards the norm and demands adaptation and alignment by issuing reports, harvesting data from classroom and research activity, controlling processes, and strutting up organizations against the influence of staff. Inclusion comes at the price of disempowerment. This disempowerment is necessary because knowledge about duress or social pressures or economic marginalization that needs to be considered hinders the top-down operation of power. Marginalization is thus a foundational prerequisite of institutions because of a refusal to be accountable.
A call for trans rights aims to open doors and remove obstacles. But, as we argued above, incorporation into a managerial structure in institutions can hinder transformation, as collective movements are reduced to individual positions. Put simply, to occupy an institutional position as a trans activist might mean that one's personal conditions are improved and one's individual voice is amplified, and yet the level of empowerment that one gains on the individual level might come to block gains in collective power. Individual empowerment, whether through fame, institutional positions, social hierarchy, etc., can disrupt the careful creation of social relations that require a more distributed agency. Institutions rely on alignment with their structures to the point that one has to see oneself as personally responsible for maintaining institutions in the form of a deep adherence to policy or law, as is argued by Kantian philosophers. Not doing so in these philosophies is evil. Navigating institutional incorporation by oscillating between seeming alignment and refusal of institutional patterns is key to surviving inclusion. Refusal of institutional norms leads to a refusal of institutional oversight, and this refusal can be structured around a commitment to abolition. Cool, we leave it there.
All right, it's going to get better now. You made it through the top part of the reading, okay? It's going to get better, I promise.
Keep talking a bit more. And then,
unless you want to say something now, but shall we just...
We'll talk a bit more. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
We've got plenty of time.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of things to say.
Yeah.
And so, should we talk about healthcare or complicity? What should we go
for? Let's first do complicity and then healthcare.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
So, having given the institutional critique moment, Um, one of the key things we're trying to talk about in the book is also this sense of, on the one hand, it's quite easy to be critical of the institutions and things around us and the power structures, you know, the people who are trying to eliminate our existence from public life, etc. But not to make that, to diminish the significance of all this stuff, right? Is to say that the problem with a critical approach, and I'm actually going to make us talk about this in a second because you've been giving a nice metaphor, is that it has a function of disembedding us from the structure. So we might be actually in the behest of violence or of power being held over us, but that either functions to say we don't have any power or agency in that situation, or we can be critical and we can be removed, objective in a kind of them versus us structure.
Yeah.
And that also reflects this kind of function of critical theory.
Yeah. Yeah, so like critical theory does two things. Like, and I don't know, what I really love today to see the cultural studies, because I've been trained in the Center for Cultural Studies in Goldsmith for my PhD. So I've been drenched in that stuff, and I studied philosophy, so I've been drenched in that stuff. But you see something that critical theory does, and it does something to most of us. And that is, we are invited to indicate limits and limiting conditions. And what it does, it sort of elevates you a little bit above the context that you are critiquing, and it puts you a bit above all the people that are part of this context, right? So what is created in the use of critical theory is a managerial perspective that is a bit diagonal, it's a bit top-down, but what it also does, it creates a position of innocence, because we, usually all of us, are putting out limits and limiting conditions, and the tools that we are given from within the German tradition don't allow us to bring ourselves in and say, but here I am part of this, I am part of this structure, and I'm part of the form that we create together.
I want to point out that since this presentation started, we've lost 70 viewers. The reason we've lost 70 viewers is this is really difficult, advanced level content, and most people are not willing to do what is required to understand the left, okay? The people who have left because I'm bored, I don't understand this is hard, they talk funny, they're trannies, they don't make any sense. These are the people causing all the fucking problems. The reason the right doesn't understand the left is because they literally refuse to sit down, shut the fuck up and listen. And they refuse to work through the content that's harder. And then they have the gall to say, the left are stupid, the left are uneducated, the left are narcissists, the left don't understand history. No, the left is incredibly educated. The left is far, 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 far more educated than the right is, to a significant degree. And what you're seeing happen on the screen right now, although it may be boring, it may be dry, they may have funny accents, they may look funny, they may talk funny. This is what leftist meetings are like. This is what the left does. All the time. All the time. And the left doesn't complain. The left doesn't whine. The left doesn't cry. The left doesn't take their toys and go home. They show up and do it. And even if they don't understand what's being said, they sit there and they listen until they understand. Okay? So if you're not cut out to listen to this sort of stuff, then you're not cut out to fight the left. And I don't want to hear, what can I do, Karlyn? What can I do? What can we do? Karlyn, tell us what to do. Karlyn, tell us how to defeat the left. Sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. Even if you don't want to, even if you're bored, even if they talk funny, even if you want to make fun of them. I don't care about any of your fucking feelings about what they have to say. I don't care about your boredom, guys. I don't care. If you want to do what is required, sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. That's just the way it goes. Average person, thanks so much for being a member of the channel for 8 months. I've come to the realization that everything conservatives have said about the left is a projection of their own shortcomings. I don't disagree. Yup, I think you're onto something there, bro. I think you're onto something. If you're new, and I think you might be new, this is really difficult content to work through. Okay. Now that I've given you guys the reprimand, I want to especially talk to all the new people. What we are listening to right now is really difficult content to work through. Is sometimes we do listen to things that are boring. And then guess what happens? We listen to like 40 to 50 minutes of boring drivel and you're almost falling asleep and you don't want to listen. And then all of a sudden, right in the middle of the fucking presentation, they talk about abolishing parental rights, or they talk about overthrowing the government, or they talk about how they support terrorism, just not individual terrorism, or they talk about any number of crazy things. The crazy shit comes surrounded by a bunch of boring shit. So you have to work through the boring shit to get to the good stuff. And so if it is hard for you, I want to just acknowledge this is hard content to work through. You are not alone. You are not stupid. The only people who are stupid are the ones who whine and get up and take their toys and go home because it's hard. They talk funny. I don't understand. What's going on? Is that person trans? Why are they going after kids? It's just like, so that's what we're in right now. We are in the shit, okay? And either you work through it or you don't. And that's the way it goes. Kazmar! Member of the channel for 43 months, Kazmar. Love you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for all your support. Guys, I am still looking for 19 more channel memberships to get us over the goal today. I know we can do it. We have never missed a goal on Socialism Saturday before. We have never once missed a goal as long as I've been doing goals on Socialism Saturday before. So I'm trusting you guys. I'm showing up for you. I'm giving you a long episode of Socialism Saturday. I need 19 more channel memberships to fund the stream today. Rumble's really been showing up. I appreciate all the support coming over on Rumble today. But 19 people, guys. If 19 people donate one channel membership, we're already to our goal. And Kazmar's in with 10. Kazmar's in with 10. Ding, 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 ding is in with 1. W's ding, ding, ding over on Rumble. W's Kazmar, big support. We got Vegas in with 1. W's Vegas. Look at that. We just got another 12. Look at that. Look at that. We're already up to 93. We're already up to 93. Guys, who's going to be the hero? Who's going to get us over the top? We got Derpy Dan in with a channel membership. Let's go. Derpy Dan, appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much. We need 6 more, guys. 6 more. Someone's going to be a hero. Someone's going to put us over the top. We got Kelsey. Kelsey's in with a gifted channel membership. W's to you, Kelsey. 5 more, guys. 5 more. Crystal. Crystal is the hero we need for today. Crystal coming in with 5 channel memberships. W's to you, Crystal. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for putting us over the 100 goal. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the support. Now, sit down, shut the fuck up. We're suffering through this together. And hopefully they say something crazy. Hopefully we get a W out of the suffering that we are about to inflict on ourselves just because we're the only people who listen to this shit on the internet. Let's fucking go.
In which something happens. And that is our problem with critical theory, and therefore also with institutional and managerial thinking, because it's not just our manager that controls the spreadsheet. It is the manager that is being put in our heads by the critical tradition of Eurocentric thinking. That is our problem.
And so
that means, what that means is we are internalizing capitalism in our heads. It's not just enough that we have a boss in the real world and that boss is our manager and that boss is the representation of capitalism. We are literally, according to the they thems, we are literally internalizing capitalism in our heads. We have the internal manager in our heads at all time. Kate, big support, Kate. Safa, Yeah, we're all suffering tonight, Kate. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for all your support. Our minds are colonized by the capitalist, by the boss that's in our heads at all times.
Theory, and therefore also with institutional and managerial thinking, because it's not just our manager that controls the spreadsheet. It is the manager that is being put in our heads by the critical tradition of Eurocentric thinking. That is our problem.
And so Make has just described what we use the term complicity as one of the tools to think through. So there's this double sensing of complicity. So on the one hand, it's this sense of like, oh, you know, we're all part of this nation state, blah, blah, blah. America's committing genocide. It was supporting the genocide being committed by Israel and Palestine. And we can refuse that and then say, oh, actually, we're also situated within this. We're complicit with the problem. And then what Make has just described is what we think of as an active claim to complicity, which is to really situate ourselves as like, you know, we try not to use the word subject. We really think about agency and we position ourselves as agents, right? So as people with ensouled body minds, as agents of both of transformation and change, but also within the kind of like both within the structures that are simultaneously trying to dispose of us, right?
Yeah.
And so in that framing, that means that...
Yo, check this out. Kelsey, what an awesome chat. Almost a year ago, I asked God to make me understand what was going on in the world. I was so lost and confused after Charlie was killed, and literally the next day, your channel showed up on my YouTube. There are no coincidences, Kelsey. There are no coincidences. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it.
We have, in retaining our agency or thinking through this question of trans ethics, we're also giving ourselves an opportunity to bring back and situate ourselves as present, as body minds. Because quite often in these political movements, we end up in a situation where it's like putting one's body on the line is the only way you can make a political statement, right?
Yeah.
And that's because presence doesn't have to necessarily be intellectual. We don't have to make a critical argument, right? We can do something that's action oriented, and that enables some wider shift in the world that can create some kind of ricochet effect, right, of change and of transformation. It's almost in the sense of like, we have this quite a common one, I think, in trans life where you were telling the story the other day where you go to a party and everyone's like, you go to the party of straight people. And they're like, you're interesting. And then you check in with the people who host the party 2 weeks later, and they're like, oh yeah, so-and-so came out as LGBTQ. Somebody else came out as trans, you know. And it's a sense of like, it's whatever, the far right will want to call it contagion or whatever. But it's actually in this like, this sense of possibility and presencing that is also transformative. Because if we're saying trans is about a practice that we do, that's a refusal of the assigned norms and our positioning within the world.
Trans is a practice that is the refusal of assigned norms that exist within the world. That language is very specific, guys. When they say trans, they do not mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. Being trans is a practice of refusing these assigned norms of the gender binary, men and women, that are forced upon us in the world. When they say trans, they mean transform or transcend the gender binary. It is a practice of transforming the relationship to gender. That is what they are talking about.
But it's actually in this like this sense of possibility and presencing that is also transformative, because if we're saying trans is about a practice that we do, that's a refusal of the assigned norms and our positioning within the world. That practice also is about how we act as political actors.
Trans is also about how they are acting as political actors, because when we say the word queer, when they say the word queer, queer is not about being gay, queer is not about whatever's between your legs, queer is not about any of those things. Queer is a radicalized far left political ideology. Trans is about how we show up politically in the world, because they don't mean trans as in transition, they mean trans as in transform or transcend, which is queer. Queer is a radical, far-left, anti-capitalist, political ideology. Is everyone following? Let me know in the chat. again.
Like the sense of possibility and presencing that is also transformative, because if we're saying trans is about a practice that we do, that's a refusal of the assigned norms and our positioning within the world, that practice also is about how we act as political actors.
And I think like within the collectives that we so abundantly love, where we also so abundantly see the problems of friction, and some of that friction is good because we want to embrace that friction, right? Because we don't want to reduce ourselves to having the same mind, to a unity that is based on homogeneity. But what it also does is that like a critical approach often not only invisibilizes yourself, but it also posits yourself as innocent. Because either you have to be weirdly critical to your own limiting behavior, but it's very difficult with this theory. But if we look at...
See, listen, sometimes we have to work through the shit. Sometimes we have to work through the boring bits. They always eventually say something, every single time. It's just a matter of like, who has the perseverance to work through the boring bits and who's going to whine and take their toys and go home when it's not always entertaining. That's it.
Complicity, what we can see, and we have done this, we have seen this, that you create a cool collective and you have a very good time. And
No. No one said transhuman. This is not transhumanism. That is a completely different thing. No one said that. Stop making shit up. That doesn't mean transhuman. It means transformed. I was explicit about the definition. It means transform the gender binary. Transcend the gender binary. You don't get to change the definitions based on your fucking feelings. I already debunked this once earlier. I do not want to have to do this again. No one said transhuman. It is explicit to the fucking gender binary.
Working. It's really, really working. And at some point you see in the corners of your eyes, you see a few people standing near the wall and they don't find you very approachable anymore. And they find that you're a little bit out of touch. And then we have to acknowledge that we are the problem. And we can only be the problem if we allowed ourselves to be complicit with the forms of life that we make. And so this is one of the arguments why we're against this indeterminacy approach. And saying, no, why don't we just accept that we make forms? Because then what we can figure out is maybe that moment that we had this cool collective, maybe we have to throw our friendship out and keep it outside.
Hey, K Stern, you want to get banned today? K Stern on Rumble is now saying that they, them is going to send me retarded MAGA and I should find more weed. K Stern, you want to get banned today? Yes or no? Answer the question or I'm going to permanently ban you. K Stern, we're waiting for your answer. Do you want to get banned today? Yes or no? You have 30 seconds to answer or I'm going to permanently ban you. I don't give a fuck, K Stern. I will say whatever the fuck I want. Answer the question or you're going to be permanently banned. Do you want to get permanently banned? Yes or no? You thought that donating a couple $5 channel memberships was going to allow you to fucking disrupt my fucking chat, whine and complain, insult other people. Now tell me, oh, K Stern, I'm so sorry. You didn't answer the question. Permanently banned. Go away. Goodbye. There we go. Problem solved.
Of the collective. So in order that people that we find are standing on the walls or on the quote-unquote margins or in the limits can actually have a direct influence and change the way we hang out together and what we want to do. And we can only by making ourselves part of the problem, we can accept that we can change it. Or as we say, if we don't want to have the managerial position, we say it here with Tina Turner maybe, we're simply the rest.
Let me be very clear, guys. I do not care how much you've donated to me. If you are being disruptive, if you are being rude, if you are telling me that you're going to make my life difficult, if you are telling me you better go buy more weed, Karlyn, because I'm going to send all the fucking stupid people to your chat and they're all going to make your life very difficult. You can literally go fuck off, and I don't care how much you donated to me. And by the way, the person I just permanently banned on Rumble thought they could buy breaking the fucking rules and being a dick in the chat for $10 worth of channel membership donations. Do you understand? I have people who donate hundreds of dollars a fucking week. Okay? And I love them and I appreciate them. And I appreciate the people who donate $10 and I appreciate the people who donate a channel membership. I appreciate donations at all levels, but your donations do not buy you the ability to break the fucking rules or to cause fucking problems. And the minute that you loved me. This is what she said before I banned her. You loved me when I was donating things. Yeah, I will appreciate you when you donate things. When you break the rules and you give no indication that you're going to stop and settle the fuck down, you can get the fuck out. Your $10 worth of channel memberships donations are not worth the disruption that you are causing in my fucking classroom, and I will replace you with someone else who is going to donate more money. Just to be clear about what we're doing here.
Not better than anyone.
We're not better than anyone, right? So that is the whole point, because the critical perspective, the manager, is always better than everyone. And that is the thing that we try to break with this book by saying it is not about what you know, it is about what you do. And this would have really, it's a pity that Thingy had to go to childcare, Jack, because this would really chime well with their paper.
And so, so we're going to talk about, should we talk about healthcare? That's
So we now use this as the bridge to talk about healthcare. So we're against autonomy. That's the next thing.
We're against autonomy?
Healthcare. That's
So we now use this as the bridge to talk about healthcare. So we're against autonomy. That's the next thing.
I mean, maybe I already started trying to talk about this in relation to asking questions to Jack, but part of the thinking is that, okay, so in the sense of like trans worlding opens up possibilities, we really see that in relation to healthcare, right?
Yeah.
And it's the sense of we're writing from a UK, Europe context where the gender clinic is still functions as a thing, which is, you know, in what Jack's describing is the like siloed care provision thing. And I see this a lot in this, like, you go to a primary care provider and they're like, oh, we can't do this. We got to refer you to the gender clinic. And the gender clinic are like the gender police, right? For a long time, we just called them the gender cops.
Yeah.
They really function to stabilize gender. You can only be trans if you're male or female, right?
The gender clinics try to force people to be male or female. They are the gender police. They are the enforcers of gender. Again, these people do not want people to be male or female. These people want people to transform gender, to transcend the gender binary. That's why they're saying these people do not like trans medical care, guys. Again, this might be weird for people who are new. You think that these people want to send the kids to the transing doctors to get their parts cut off. Not these people. Not these ones. These people don't believe that you need to have surgery of any sort in order to be trans, because they mean transform or transcend gender. So they mean you just need to reject the gender binary. You just need to say you're a they, them. Could you take hormones? Sure. Maybe you get them from a doctor. Maybe you make them on your own. They do DIY hormones. Could you get surgery? Yeah, but you don't have to. So they're saying the medical industrial complex, the trans doctors, the trans clinic in the UK, they're trying to, they're using DIY hormones. Yeah. They're trying to force people into the gender binary. They're trying to say, listen, you can transition from man to woman or woman to man, but that's all you can do. Or you can transition from, you can transition your gender, but you can't transform it or transcend it. That's why they're saying the gender police. They're saying the medical industry reinforces the gender binary, and so they are not in favor of it. Do you guys now understand the difference between queer Marxists and people like Blair White and Caitlyn Jenner? They are not the same. Not all trans people are the same. This is queer Marxism. This is a completely different ideology. Listen again.
You know, I see this a lot in this, like, you go to a primary care provider and they're like, oh, we can't do this. We've got to refer you to the gender clinic. And the gender clinic are like the gender police, right? For a long time, we just called them the gender cops. They really function to stabilize gender. You can only be trans if you're male or female, right? And the people who are non-binary who are trying to access gender care through them have their treatments delayed. They're like put on a slow train, you know? And
the people who transform or transcend gender are punished within the medical complex.
And next up, we tried to flip this and be like, look, firstly, we as a community, and you know, we also talk quite a lot about the difference between communities and collectives. So that's in the book, so you can ask us about that later. We as a community have a huge knowledge base, which is because we've been doing trans practices and we've been doing healthcare and we've been supporting each other for years, right? And on the one hand, we're learning. You can learn how to do that from your peers, but on the other, our knowledge base remains within our community because there isn't an access to research, and this is exactly what Jack was talking about, right? There's very few healthcare professionals who are also in this trans space. And
they believe, this is a great point from Average Person, they believe that trans surgery is a method to fix people so they fit into binary gender. I have literally heard these people say that the reason there are detransitioners are because the trans doctors tried to force the trans children to have surgery to fit them into binary gender. Whereas if the trans doctors had just left the children alone, they wouldn't have detransitioned, because these people do not believe surgery is necessary to transform gender. They don't believe that surgery is ever necessary. If you want it, fine. But they believe the trans medical industry is basically using capitalism to create permanent medical patients by giving them surgeries they don't need for the sake of enforcing rigid gender norms in the gender binary. Does everyone understand? Please let me know if you aren't following, guys. It's okay to not understand, but please ask a question. It's really important people get this.
The ones who are like, you know, doing the God-given work. And next to that is to say, okay, so in understanding this, that our healthcare is situated in this communal function, it's a collective production of health, or it's a communal production of health, which on the one hand is to say, it says something different about the principles of healthcare, the Hippocratic principles, right? Which is to say that you've got to be willing to take risks. You've got to be willing maybe to say, I don't actually know everything that's going on. But in that, you're taking responsibility and authority for your body. So this is not like, because so much of the reasons you get this like, oh, we can't provide you care because what if somebody sues us? And it's like, part of being like, the trouble of that is the fear of the healthcare providers, you know, realistically being like, oh no, they're going to sue me if it goes wrong. It's like, no, we're trying to say you've got to take responsibility for the things that you do, because otherwise there isn't healthcare, or you've got to be willing to wait and play the game and jump through the hoops, and it'll take you 5 years to get anywhere, if not 7. And so, autonomy.
Yeah, shall I? Because like in the Netherlands, and usually this is not very well known in the US, but from kind of 1985, this is mostly Europe-wide, until 2014, when there was a ruling of the European Court of Justice, there was in many of the nation states the forced sterilization of trans people. And the forced sterilization was done in university hospitals. It was done under the 4 headings of medical ethics, including informed consent. And so when we talk about that you have only prefigured choices within the institution in the management bit that we read you out, we actually draw also from these knowledges of how institutional violence works. And it works by giving you a choice. But the only choice you have is the choice they offer you. And what they don't offer you is the possibility to do something else. And so the autonomy that we need, and the autonomy that we mostly rely on, for instance, also in abortion, is quite often a very, very limited, individualized agency. But the violence of the institution already is here, is coming already to your body. At this moment, it is too late, and you cannot choose yourself to safety. So when we say we're against autonomy, We are against the individualization of power, because what we need is a collective movement that keeps happening in order to keep our possibilities for us. And the possibilities of what we need and what we want and how we need it is always a collective endeavor. And that means maybe we want hormones, but not surgeries, or we want surgeries, but not hormones. Or AJ Loic, who's in Canada, writes incredibly good about trans and abortion access and how much of an issue that is. So there is something that is this constant remaking of the world. And we have seen it here because people are looking at the US. I mean, you are still hegemony, whether you want it or not. We see here that the reliance on this individual freedom of choice with abortion was the reason it could be able to take it away, because people relied on the individual possibility protected by law rather than the collective working for it. And I think that one of the more interesting work that is done here, the reproductive justice, is one of those collective movements, right? But they don't go far enough because they still hang on to rights. And I hope they will chuck it out. Because I learn a lot from them,
And
like
the
Loretta Ross, people.
And the liberatory harm reduction framework as well, right?
Yeah.
This is another one.
But that's another framework. Do you want to say
Yeah.
something about
no,
that?
I'm going to talk about relations,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah.
So in this sense of like, Meg's just described really vividly, like how when it's the individual comes to the institution to get something, and in the framework of healthcare, the violence is already here, right? And that's all. And this is from the reading of the theory that we're talking about, that it's isolating. It leaves you as a lone actor. And then we can see this in the kind of practices of solidarity we build around trans healthcare, right? Where one of the collectives I was in before, we were like, never go alone, you know, always take a wing person to your appointments with the gender clinic, because then you can at least have somebody to be like, hey, what the hell just happened, you know? Or somebody be like, did you just see that? And next to that is this idea of the kinds of relations that we need to build, or that we do build, in fact, to restructure the socius or the social world in a way that is solidariness, is working with each other. And partly it also requires a bit of a shift from being like, okay, what I want matters the most, and to be like, actually in a collective context, maybe what we all want to try and build together matters, but in giving up one's individual direction, you know, or maybe not direction, maybe direction is the wrong word, giving up the impetus that I, as the individual, have to get what I want. Yeah. I may be also opening up the possibilities and my desires to what the collective might offer me, or what we might learn together, right? Because being in a collective, in a set of collective relations, it's continuing in process, it's a continual work of negotiation. It's really hard. We have to learn how to be in relation to each other. It's not something that we grow up with. Maybe if you're in a really collective society, like community.
They're professors.
They're professors. But that's really rare, right? We often grow up in these family forms that are deeply hierarchical. And what we're trying to say is like, so
True American on Rumble, why do they have to speak it with a queer lisp? They're literally not. Why does being homosexual, trans change your voice? True American, being queer has nothing to do with being gay or trans. You got to rewind the stream and watch, bro. Being queer has nothing to do with being gay or trans. You don't have to be gay or trans to be queer. Many people who are gay or trans are not queer. Queer is a radicalized, far-left, anti-capitalist political ideology that wants to overthrow the gender binary and the nuclear family. Try very hard to catch up, bro.
Forms of building relation together that promise, that are already the promise of the future amidst us now.
Okay, them just said it. So what they're really trying to do, guys, you have to understand this. They are trying to transform social relations. They're trying to transform the way people socially relate to each other in the system. Transform it from people who believe in liberal individual rights to people who believe everyone has an obligation to everyone else as part of a collective.
Often grow up in these family forms that are deeply hierarchical. And what we're trying to say is like, so there's forms of building relation together that promise, that are already the promise of the future amidst us now. And next to that, transness and femness also reveal something about how we can do the work of building those relations. That there's a form of engagement, there's a form of attentiveness. It can also be, at times it can be sensual, but often it's social, of like how we try and hold each other, how we try and pay attention to what each other's needs are, create an actual space or a platform to hold those needs or hold the harms and the difficulties and to find ways through them. And all of that is a different kind of way of being in the world from what is expected of us when it's like, okay, you're an individual, you get your job, you go to work, you do the thing, you know, you get your house. And it's like, actually, there's a whole other way of a material structure that is more able to hold each other in our difficulties. And in these moments of material or financial difficulty.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're just a massive fucking pussy who cannot do what's required to actually exist in this stream. No, it's one in the chat if their audio is so much quieter than yours, Karlyn. 2 in the chat if it's just fine, and you should shut the fuck up and actually listen to what's being said. I simply love it when people complain about the audio. I fucking love it. It's my favorite fucking thing. 1 in the chat if the audio is fucking fine. 2 in the chat if you need to just like fucking, if it's just too much. I don't even know. I don't know what 1 or 2 was anymore. We're gonna assume 2 was the audio was fucking fine. Yeah, I changed it. I switched the numbers.
Or a lack of care, you know, because that's literally how trans care has happened in the past, right? That by being with each other, be that on the street or be that in a healthcare collective.
No, they weren't joking.
That's how we've been
this
able
happens
to
all the fucking time.
To manifest healthcare, and healthcare is a good example of a good material example of that, I should say.
And I think sometimes like these relations, right, they take different forms and they get summarized in names. Like, so if I have to go through the amount of identities I had that were expressive of certain deliberations in context. I think when I started out, I've been trans for a while. Like the radical position was transsexual with 1 S. Can anybody remember that one? Then there was the gender bender, the gender blender, that was like quite rapid. Then came gender queer. Then it was just normal queer, that was good enough. Then it became trans queer very shortly. Then it became trans femme. And in the end, for a video that I made in Berlin in 2016, I tattooed diesel femme on my leg because it seemed to be funny. And then, of course, you never forget the first identity, and that was always lesbian. So, you know, this is all these identities. There were summaries of social spaces where people try to build certain relations, and you let go of these names. This is why we find identity not so helpful. Sorry, okay, let me bracket that here, because identity can be very helpful historically. So you look back into history and you see a lineage of knowledge and survival strategies that have helped people that came before you, or maybe you were that person that came before you, because, God, things change over the decades. And it helps to situate knowledges, but quite often how identity is used, it is used as an imperial form that projects your identity in the future so it holds you stable, because it is invented in the colonial nations of the Netherlands.
Oh, holy shit. Okay. This is fucking wild. Okay? This is wild. I need you all to roll with me for a second. What them is saying, do you guys remember how earlier in the stream I explained to you that they don't want identity categories to exist? Because they believe that all identity categories are created by capitalism. They don't want identity categories to exist at all, okay? The identity categories are liberal. These are not liberals. What this person just said is, when identity categories exist, you project out who you are in your identity category into the future. The identity categories were created to maintain stable identity within the capitalist system. That is the argument being made. The only reason capitalism created these identity categories is because you want to trick people into believing that's who they are and that's all they can be. So they project into the future, this is who I am. This is how I have to be. That is the purpose of the liberal identity categories, to stabilize the capitalist system. This is a wild one, guys. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if that's confusing. They're saying identity categories keep people in line. Identity categories keep people following the same path to support the capitalist system. Do you guys get it? This is the weird mind fuckery of queer Marxism, guys. If we have identity categories, that stabilizes the current system. Therefore, ergo, we have to get rid of all identity categories, and that will help us create a new world. That I didn't have that one on my bingo card tonight. That's wild. Listen again.
Before you, because God, things change over the decades. And it helps to situate knowledges, but quite often how identity is used, it is used as an imperial form that projects your identity in the future, so it holds you stable.
Imperial means capitalism. Identities are used as an imperial form. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism.
Often how identity is used, it is used as an imperial form that projects your identity in the future, so it holds you stable. Because it is invented in the colonial nations of the
Colonialist
Netherlands,
capitalism,
where I grew up, or in Britain, where I grew up, to hold the different classes stable without, in fact, connection, right?
Identity categories reinforce the hierarchical class system that holds the classes stable. This is Baden. You're right. This is Baden. Yeah, you're right.
Because it is invented in the colonial nations of the Netherlands, where I grew up, or in Britain, where I grew up, to hold the different classes stable without, in fact, connection, right? And so it is. You have to be very careful how you use identity. If you use it for looking back, it is super helpful. If you use it for moving forward, ooh, watch out for the trap.
Watch out, capitalist trap.
So much about relation. Do we need to say something more about it, or shall we talk about why we didn't do theory at all?
No, I was going to think. I was thinking solidarity.
Oh, solidarity. Yeah, let's talk about solidarity.
So, in this moment, in the like 1 hour in, I'm thinking also about what useful approach, like what transfeminism can offer. My brain's also in the like think about the history of historicity of identities, which is something I kind of work on in my other work. So I'm asking about that elsewhere. Is to think through the last chapter of our book's really thinking about the question of solidarity and kind of what this means. On the one hand, we have the sentiment that solidarity is that we're working for the total liberation of everyone, right? So we pull this from Robin D.G. Kelly. And next to that is this trying to work through some of the practicalities of what solidarity may or may not mean. Part of this is born out of this frustration, I think, primarily with the slogan. I mean, we could identify our frustrations with various slogans that purport to be in support of trans people. One of them being trans women are women, which
is not real.
We were just like, oh, this slogan's already kind of alienating because it has.
They don't like the slogan, trans women are women, because it reinforces the binary categories of men and women. It's just not true. Trans women aren't women. Do you ever think you'd hear them say that? This is why you must understand the difference between trans people who want to transition and queer Marxists who want to transform or transcend gender to abolish the binary. Queer Marxists don't believe trans women are women because that reinforces the categories, the identity categories they are trying to abolish. See, I told you we were going to get to the good stuff. I told you, all those people who left during the boring bits, I fucking told you guys we were going to get to the good stuff. I promise you this. Was I not right? Am I ever fucking wrong? No. Listen.
I think primarily with the slogan, I mean, we could identify our frustrations with various slogans from that purport to be in support of trans people. One of them being trans women are women, which
is not real.
we were just like, oh, this slogan's already kind of alienating because it has the function of erasing the nuances of gender and the critique of womanhood that feminism's offered, that transness is also kind of presenting, which is to say that like woman isn't a coherent or homogenous category, right? And emphasis also on category. And next that's saying, okay, so sometimes these forms of solidarity are not helpful, and actually the practice of having to raise the difficulties of like, oh, there's a moment of social contestation or there's a moment of backlash, and the ways that solidarity or even like protect trans kids, right, as the slogan, it's like, okay, what does that actually, what the verbal is doing something that is overarching, but maybe it actually also erases the need to have physical, material practice or practice-focused actions that enable protection or actually do the functioning of like the, actually make us, sorry, I keep saying actual and now I'm self-conscious of what I'm saying, that do the work of building social relations and community, where the need to make a statement like trans women are women isn't actually, it doesn't matter because it's already a given, right? Or there's a sense of belonging or a sentiment of belonging that matters. And part of this is, we write quite a lot about these dynamics of what Denise Ferreira de Silva describes as separability in the book, which is to say that on the one hand, there's this overarching forms of social divisions that nation states are promoting, which is to keep
Okay, the Dave DW on Rumble asks, so are these queer Marxists at odds with the American Communist Party? The American Communist Party is a social media bullshit stunt that we basically ignore. The American Communist Party is not relevant to leftist activism at all. I do not care how many followers Haas has on Twitter. That does not make him a communist. He's actually not even a communist. He calls it MAGA communism, which isn't even a real thing. Real communists and socialists completely ignore the American Communist Party. They have no relevance in the far left ecosystem. The only place they are relevant is social media. So no, the American Communist Party are fucking LARPers, and we don't even acknowledge them because it's ridiculous, actually.
Apart through Islamophobia, xenophobia, transphobia, but also those dynamics are reproduced within our social worlds, and that we're complicit, and we're trying to claim the active complicity to how we reproduce these dynamics. And to undo that in our everyday social lives is both challenging, but also something that we do have the ability to do, right? We maybe can't stop Trump's government by sitting here, having this conversation, but there are things that we can go out and do in our world, right, that might help unpick these divisions or unmake them. And so there's a sense of like what solidarity could also be is not just in this political sentiment of like, okay, we're in solidarity with a certain political struggle or a certain way in a certain thing in the world, but it requires us to actually reshape and remake how we live our lives, and that begins in the everyday.
Yeah.
And so there's another component to that, which is also to say that that's futurity, because that's us practicing the future in in the abolitionist sense, we call this like prefigurative politics, right? But even calling it prefigurative politics kind of frames it in a different space. And this is like, no, this is every day. This is like the everyday living. Yeah. And it requires us making certain kinds of commitments with our time, with our resources, with our energies, with our labor, whatever, in order to undo these kinds of social divisions.
Yeah. And I think like it was very nice, Jake, when you put Denise Ferreira de Silva already on the screen. I was just very heartened to see that. If you look at what the primary tool of the bourgeoisie is to organize social life, it is exclusion. And if we don't want to reproduce that, we have to face it, right? We have to face each other. So with the tools of community engagement, one of the things that we also write about is you have to bring generosity to yourself and to others. But it also means that you have to take people seriously. So a slogan like protect trans kids, I do not see how it takes trans children seriously. And that is something else. And when, after the report by Hillary Cass, has that the drama already reached the US? So Hillary Cass wrote a report that puberty blockers were not researched well enough, and therefore the practice of providing puberty blockers should be stopped in the UK. Hillary Cass was urged by the Conservative government to do this, and of course, Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister, is a raging transphobe. He has enthusiastically embraced it. Report that Trump has already said a while ago, like, oh yeah, this is going to be important for us too, because anything that is anti-trans will be important for them. So you might get that stuff here too, but what it also ignores is that hormones in general are under-researched, of course, and that research, that is something that we do together, but we can only, as trans communities, do that research together by taking each other seriously, by listening to our own bodies in response to bodies of each other, in response how our bodies are organizing. But it also means, again, that you have to let go of a managerial attitude. Right? It is not just claiming limits and limited conditions and falling back on exclusion. But what about a transphobe in our communities? Yeah, there are transphobes in our communities. And maybe we work with them. Maybe we meet them every day in the corridor. Maybe they are friendly to our face and they don't work with us. But as community engagement, the only thing that I know how to do is to take people where they are. That doesn't mean that they're my close friends. And as my friend Joy Mariama Smith, with who I work on the consent in performance, says, no is sometimes very generative. So to say no in somebody's face about somebody, to refuse a certain form of trust, can be very generative, but it's not the same as kicking somebody out of your community. And I think that is one of the things that especially bourgeois approaches, and we are in an institutional, like how working class is it here? It is something that is very helpful to unlearn and to find other ways. And it doesn't mean that you always have to do it like moink in your face, by yourself, all alone, because this is why we talk about relations in communities, right? That's why you have each other, and that's why you work together. Shall we leave it here and go to? Or
yeah, because otherwise I was going to say something about chaos and embracing the novel, but we can let's pause and then
we can also talk about white theory still, or you can ask questions about that. Shall we?
Hi. Thanks so much, y'all. It's really interesting. Y'all are really good at this whole like riffing back and forth.
We've been doing this a lot.
Say one word and the other person just like goes. It's kind of amazing. But I wanted to ask, I'm trying to put together a lot of the things that you were saying, but specifically around what trans does for you and sort of the cautions that you have. Micah, you were saying to not, project it outward into the future, because that becomes a way of like stabilizing classes, and trying to move from that identity formation. And you said something also about like some relation to the past, but I guess I was wondering, thinking with like Jules Gill-Peterson, for instance, recently wrote about how transness is so often, especially in the global north, predicated on a sort of assumed shared injury, like a shared pattern of injury, and how much that reeks of, well, now I'm riffing here a little bit, but reeks of a kind of familiar nationalism or Zionism of a certain particular group of people that are a victim and should therefore organize around that injury. And y'all are emphasizing complicity so much, and so I know that you're not doing that, but I guess I'm curious then what trans does for you, and what it is generating. At the opening of your talk, you're mentioning how it's like a movement away from something. But even that, right, we know that, you know, sort of that there's been so much written on problematizing that notion of like migration, of movement, of mobility, about who gets to do that, and the sort of fantasies that conjures, like travel narratives and what have you. But yeah, I'm just kind of curious what it is doing for you instead.
Yeah, no, because thanks for the question. Because for us the key thing is it's practice based, right? So there are different kinds of practices that we can code into transness, and some of them are very
transness is practice based.
Or the kinds of gender.
Transness is not about your identity; it's about what you do in practice.
Because for us the key thing is it's practice based, right? So there are different kinds of practices that we can code into transness, and some of them are very explicitly about transing, or the kinds of gender changes that we enact through our bodies, right? But it's not just that. I think it's trying to say that there are forms of making social relations, or of worlding, of being in relation with each other, of engaging with the world, of even stuff like deconstructing these binaristic forms of life that we are of existence,
deconstructing the binary forms of life that are in existence. That means the gender binary.
Engaging with the world, of even stuff like deconstructing these binaristic forms of life that we are of existence, or of identity even, that we're continually presented in front of, that are continually presented in front of us. And
okay, Red Menace, thank you.
The thing is that it means that trans has to keep, it's reiterative. You could call it performative, but that's also a reduction in a way. But it does mean that you have to keep doing something that's in relation or refusal or unmaking of some of the kinds of stabilizing norms of the world. Because partly what we're trying to argue is that institutions are interested in those stabilizing functions. You know, institutions are built to last, right? And in the same way, we're trying to say that trans is continually reiterative and is always going to be different. You know, it's going to be different in 2025 than it is from 2024, you know? And part of that is through understanding our context within the world and how the world is changing and trying to change us also. And we're in this process of adaptation.
They don't think trans means transition, Brooklyn.
Okay, so if they ban, with the word bans, like the whatever Trump administration's banning words, it's like, we're really good at coming up with new language to describe what we're doing. Like, why don't we try working on some of that new language, or working it out?
We're really good at coming up with new language to describe exactly what we're doing. If you retards would just listen to us. Yep, they are.
If with the word bans, like the whatever Trump administration's banning words, it's like, we're really good at coming up with new language to describe what we're doing. Like, why don't we try working on some of that new language, or working it out? And actually, the thing is that it's quite hard to say, okay, we're going to call it this now, because that linguistic move isn't the same as turning up, doing something, and being like, and people are like, what is that? What's this? And you're like, it's this, which is a
no one said it was dynamic. Don't make shit up.
Manifestation, right?
No one said dynamic.
I think what I agree with Jules Gill-Peterson is that gathering around the
nothing is being made up here. Nothing is being made up. Everything they are saying is completely consistent with what they've said over the course of decades. They are not they are completely internally consistent. Just because you do not understand something does not mean they're making shit up. They did not say transition, Brooklyn. They do not believe in transition. They believe in transform or transcend.
Injury, I will put it on critical theory, right? The indication of limits and limiting conditions as the formatting of a generalized identity.
That doesn't mean dynamic. It means they don't adhere to the gender binary. You have a very bad habit of making shit up that you really need to stop. It's not helpful at all.
Identity, which, and as soon as it's generalized, it becomes nationalist. I would agree with that. I also find it interesting to mention movement as the migration or the colonization, right? I think it's also interesting. However, I think we cheekily reinterpret that whole movement here because we make movement to mean two things. On the one hand, social movements, and I think we've been hammering quite a bit on that and on collectives. And on the other hand, okay, so I have to come clean here. I grew up on a farm and I have a Catholic background. And that does talk about farming. We haven't talked about farming yet. Normally I talk about farming somewhere halfway to help people ease in a bit. But having grown up on a farm, one of the things that I had to do as a child, and I had to learn this, is how to be a midwife for various farm animals. And one of the things that farm animals are not so interested
Brooklyn,
in
there is no reality. I can rewind. They are against transition, Brooklyn. They have said multiple times in this presentation, they are against transition. Multiple fucking times. So if you heard the word transition, they were not saying they were in favor of it, okay?
Objectivity or telling them that everything will be fine. They don't care. What they do care about is to how you approach that in your movement, because their primary form of communication is movements and sounds. Right? So the movement that we talk about here is a movement as the movement that we make, because having a Catholic background, I think I know two things. On the one hand, I have a natural inclination towards Aristotle. I can't help that. I'm not a Protestant people, so I'm not a Kantian. This is not my dish. You can have it if you are. If you're self-identified as Protestant, you might want to look into that. But what you have to do with Aristotle is, of course, cut everything out that is not so helpful. Like his metaphysics has to go, his logic has to go, his polis has to go. Come on. If I have to tell about my PhD, the shortest version is fuck the polis. And what you have left is
my PhD was in fuck the police.
Like, how do we become by doing? And so not performativity, because that is Judith Butler's response against a biological essentialism.
Again, I really don't want to have to keep correcting you when you're making shit up. And I'm going to keep yelling at you to stop making shit up until I just get tired of it and eventually ban you if you don't stop making shit up. Their definitions are not changing. There is no universe in which their definitions are changing. That is you making shit up. Their definitions and their ideology is completely consistent over the course of decades. If they need to come up with a new word to say the same fucking thing they've been saying for decades, to get around some edict from the Trump administration, they have no issue calling this another thing because their definition does not change. It's just the word that changed, and the word changed in response to something the Trump administration did. So they have no issue doing it to continue using exactly the same fucking definitions they've been using for fucking decades. You need to stop making shit up. And if you are incapable of doing that, perhaps try shutting up and listening. My God. They do not believe in transition. We have spent 4 hours talking about how they do not believe in transition. They are not transitioning. They do not. This is why I am fucking insane. I spent 4 hours meticulously explaining something with evidence, and then I have people come in my chat going, "So it's about transition, Karlyn?" No, they have been explicitly denouncing transition for the last 4 fucking hours. Yes, Adam. Yes. Yes. Exactly. They reframe, not redefine. That's a good way to put it. They reframe, not redefine.
like a metaphysical reader of Aristotle, and I'm a practical reader of Aristotle, because movement, like I studied dance, movement is the thing that we do and we cannot help, and Aristotle helps us seeing that whatever we do makes us. So, and that is, I think, how we talk about trans. Whatever you do trans, it makes us.
From now on, you are only allowed to ask questions. If it does not have a question mark on it, and if I see you chat something in that does not have a question mark on it, I am going to put you in a timeout. If I see you chatting in again something that doesn't have a question mark on it, I'm going to ban you. You are only allowed to ask questions. You are no longer allowed to make statements in my chat.
The other thing that Catholicism that teaches me is I have a very, very fine nose for corruption. Because, come on, Catholics are surely corrupt. If there's one thing they can do well, it's that. And so, if the people that work in institutions where they produce knowledge and where knowledge and language is the most important thing, if they say that knowledge and language is the most important thing, I go, yeah, I know what's going on here. If I would be a knowledge producer, which maybe I am, I've got a PhD, I work at the academy. If I say that knowledge is the most important thing, like how we know ourselves, identity, and language, then something is up. Because my animals that I live with, or quite often also my friends that are non-academic, they don't think that knowledge is the most important thing at all. And because it is our daily practice, and that's okay. But it's also helpful to climb down the ladder and see, like, hey, we also do something else. And that doing something else is literally making a social movement.
I wonder.
They're making a social movement.
What Megan was talking about the past a little bit and the relationship between identity. And, we have all these conversations in the more historiographic bits of queer and trans studies where we're like, can we call this thing from the past trans or queer? And maybe like the thing that's less interesting is how we label it, and more about what is the thing, what is going on that we want to claim as trans or queer. And the labeling is less interesting, but the actual thing that's taking place is what we're interested in, right? And so maybe it's, and for me it's like these questions around like movement work, like the work of social movements, the kinds of practices, and I'm really interested in like how those practices also became trans, right? Or how the people we want to call trans, who maybe or maybe didn't identify as trans, were doing things that were also from other movements, right? Because it's all like, oh, we saw stuff that was going on in the third world and anti-colonial liberation movements, and then we started doing them for gay, trans, and queer people. And that became the bedrocks of the kinds of things that became our movement. And however many decades later, we're still doing those things. They're still the things that we need in order to survive. So there's something about, and it's like, and then it's all of these words, right? Social transformation and change. These are all words that are basically trans practices if we start situating in what we're trying to talk through them or what we're using them to describe. So yeah, I know. That's another book. Yeah, hi. Oh yeah,
Q&A, let's go.
Yes. Yes. We need you.
But and I also do research in Africa, and so there's a lot of what when I do kind of global teaching on global sexuality, for example, it's like, well, there are these certain kind of intellectual and ideological trends that are not entirely but very dominantly situated in the West, right? And then lots of other scholars kind of look to other places to find models and examples. And so, I mean, this idea of thinking of identity as something that's useful for understanding the past and not the future, I think I find it really fascinating and interesting, but also thinking about what past, right? And whose past and where is that contextualized? And I'm wondering to what extent in your visions of like community work and everyday practice and kind of moving away from these attachments to identity, which we know are actually relatively recently constructed, right?
In moving away from these attachments to identity, which we know are recently constructed.
Some very recent, right? What are you drawing on or having conversations with people about sort of other examples from the past, other parts
the world, other cultures.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I know this is a common conversation that happens in critical theory, but I think it gets often over-theorized,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
And there's so much work that's done, particularly in activist circles,
Mhm.
that is not always embedded in the theory that comes through like African feminist theory, for example. There's a lot of like African feminist activism that doesn't come through the scholarship, for example. So I'm just wondering if you find inspiration, or where you find inspiration.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I guess like this is maybe continuing my blether, because this is also like long-term engagement and work and thinking about. For me, I think quite a lot about what I describe as like queerpolitan or queeralized, but queerpolitan. This kind of the sense of that the metropole's already been negated through the kind of histories and dynamics of migration, right? So quite often I'm trying to think through Black and brown practices in the UK or here in spaces that are quite metropolitan, but simultaneously are also not, because it's this continual process of erasure that's going on. But also, also thinking about, I've been working a bit like kind of not directly in relation to the book, but in some of my other performance work, thinking about what it means to try and put abolitionist thinking into dialogue with anti-colonial struggles that also involve anti-prison struggles from, in particular, the Irish and Indian independence movements in kind of the 1910s and 1930s, 40s. Partly because there's already these quite interesting practices and connections between those movements, say. And part of that is also from like my own personal, like I'm Bengali, like it's part of my personal, like it's the narrative that I've grown up with. It's from my community as well. And then maybe the second side of that is, I think one of the reasons that some of the thinking that we wanted to get down in this book is that we really found that trans studies as a discipline was so often behind the kinds of community practices and movement practices that we were around and we were based around. This is the why theory question. And so it was so, like, especially in the 2010s, it was so deeply frustrating to read an academic text, and the kind of argument that it would make felt quite simplistic compared to the kind of conversation or the kinds of things that people are trying to work out in a social movement. And then simultaneously being like, there's still a role for thinking and theory for that social movement, because we also simultaneously found a rejection of the academy by people who are academically trained or by people who are well educated, which was also like this weird classist refusal of class. And so, so there are kind of all of these layers for that. And that's just me speaking personally. And then also thinking about the kinds of dialogues that I'm in as a writer, poet, thinker, like somebody who also makes sound and performance work, where I'm also in dialogue with a lot of Black feminist scholars where I'm based, or Black feminist artists where I'm based. And the conversations that we're having are multifaceted and global. But that's also because we're in, like, I'm based in Scotland, like we're in a diasporic context where having a global conversation that is open and learning from each other.
Thanks,
is really
Barnes.
key for
Appreciate it.
Us understanding how and weathering where we are, which is a context that's both like white supremacist but multicultural in this kind of weird, maybe this will be outmoded by the end of 2025. Who knows? Anywhere else in the north. But yeah, that we're situated in a place and we're trying to navigate that through the knowledges that we can share together. So
yeah. I think when I say the past in this context of identity, I can only talk about the imperial past, because identity in this sense is the imperial form, right? So I take it to mean is that, because then this identity marker, I mean, on the one hand, I love to throw it away, but then, you give a talk in a secondary school, and then a 15-year-old asks you, so my identity means nothing? And then you're really confronted and you go like, no, you can do something with it, and you can do something with it, right? So, that is a bit where it comes from, because I think it is helpful to look for the lineages, but I do find it also dangerous. It is not a tool that comes for free. Then I'm in conversation with other parts. Yeah, definitely, yeah. One of the things that is really fun, if you start to work with Pakistani feminists, they become really like giggly about identity and go like it's so irrelevant, but Europeans like to hear it. So it is like, it's quite fun to have those kind of confrontations and talks and things. Yeah, I find it really, and I love learning from, because, okay, so one of the things that I find that academia does, academia loves the sort of like the middle ground, sort of. It is not really empirical, because it already is a translation into terms of how the empirical, sorry, not the empirical is understood, and it moves to often generalizing gestures, right? Because we're all in one category, whatever, like the shared wound, what you brought up. And that is usually in logical language, it would mean something, all X's are P. Like all trans people are gathered around that one thing, the binary gender, whatever, you name it.
Binary
but
gender.
The generalizing gesture
there it is again.
Of making a noun, a sort of nouns with tied together, causally tied qualifiers. I think that is the academic form that stops abstraction. So you can also go to your bodily being and what we do here, and then you start to abstract it to see what kind of patterns emerge. And I think that is not at all necessarily what academia does, or it is Eurocentric at all, because wherever I look into how people think, a lot of people are very good at doing situated particulars and abstractions, because abstractions is just pattern recognition, and literally every culture does a certain form of pattern recognition. So I don't think that issue is there, and I think that is the issue I like, and that is the issue that is quite often, when you think about difference without separability, the pattern recognition is more interesting, because then you see like, oh, like talking about Northern Ireland, when you see like what happened after the peace accords is a movement towards
See you, Otis. Well, we're not almost done. We have half hour.
Towards a form of being in that space where no one gets left behind. And that is only possible by identifying shared patterns of life rather than relying on that identity. And I think that the peace process and what followed from it, especially what happened on the floor, is way not studied enough, because we can learn a lot from Northern Ireland, both from the uprising, but also from how the peace process develops, especially because it's so practical, because it's very local.
Welcome.
And I think this is, in these like globalized nations that we are now in, we're in the US, or I live in the UK, I grew up in the Netherlands, going more and more local and making that particular is, I think, the way that we can actually survive this storm. And that means
going hyper local. That's what the DSA is doing.
That they fly across thousands of miles as if we're the same, right? But maybe we find that we're actually quite different. And that's also cool, because we can still hold on to each other. Because that's one thing. Okay, so that's one thing that I learned from heterosexuality, and then I give it back to you. So if there's one thing you can learn from heterosexuality, is that difference is interesting for connection. You know? I mean, I got to give it to them. You got to give it to them.
Don't tell Leo Pisani. You had a question, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much for your talk. I'm just like spinning with so many ideas right now. I was wondering if y'all would both be willing to talk a little bit more about like the lessons you take from your art practices and how your like art practice and community through that informs the work that you're doing.
Okay, the question is, and this is such a leftist fucking question, what lessons do you take from your art practices?
Oh, practice community. Yeah. How does it inform? Yeah, no, okay. I'm gonna give my artist talk answer, even though I'm not an artist. I describe myself as a poet.
Poet.
Even though I work in an art school, partly just to be annoying and different, but partly because I'm like, it means that it's like the non-career, right? Because you can't really have a career poet. And then I said this, and then somebody was like, oh yeah, but if you're a career, unless you're going to AWP and then you're a career poet. And I was like, oh, that's where I was before this. But
for some reason, Trendlin is texting me pictures of a rose quartz dildo. I don't really understand why. But Trendlin has been given a rose quartz dildo by a friend, apparently, and she's decided to text me pictures of it. Trendlin, always got to cause fucking problems.
Community context. So what I find is, okay, so I'm a poet, and then I have this.
When the actual fuck
I
Trendlin.
work on the page, but I'm also like working through sound and performance in this kind of more expanded way, and then I'm also activist scholar, meaning I try and write things that are constructive for the communities that I'm based in, right? I'm also a teacher. But
yeah, Hassan Piker and Vosh are not real communists. So if you want to learn about real communism or socialism, don't watch Hassan Piker or Vosh. That's retarded, actually. That's stupid.
Between these forms, it's like there are different ways of looking at similar questions. There are similar concerns that get picked up in each of them. But sometimes I'm like, okay, cool, I'm trying to think through this question, and the poem is doing that something is happening in the poem that I either wouldn't be able to articulate in theory at that moment, and or that actually will turn into like some article I write 5 years later, you know, that in the space of poetics, there's a degree of creativity and freedom that enables the positing or formulation of ideas that wouldn't happen so organically in theory. And it doesn't require the same justification, but that doesn't necessarily mean these things are separated. And you know, also there's loads of thinking, because when you're doing thinking in theory on page, and you know, we've spent 4 years writing this book together, there's so many ideas that emerge in that, and then they, you know, they're seeping into your brain, and then they re-emerge in your writing in a completely different manner. And yeah, I think so. I don't know how that relates to, how does that relate to community? Maybe you go.
Yeah. So I teach also in art school, and the good thing is it allowed me to escape from disciplinary academia. I say escape because it gives me a lot of agency, but they didn't let me in, basically. But in the art school, they were like, wow, this is amazing. You're very why don't you come here? And I also studied dance, so that was all fine. So you can sort of pretend. And I teach all kinds of animators and graphic designer. I cannot draw with straight line on it. So it is all, you know, our schools are...
The queer Marxists are teaching the animators and the graphic designers in art school. You want to know how gaming went woke?
Quite open in that sense. But one of the things I teach my students is community engagement.
It looks like a dick.
And I have 4 weeks to teach together with a team and with my co-convener, Matt Lewis. We have 15 tutors and 400 students and 4 weeks to teach them how to do community engagement. And basically the only thing we try to teach them, you're not allowed to solve anybody's problems. You're not allowed to project your shit on people. The only problem you're allowed to solve is yourself. And we can do this within 4 weeks. It's a lot of work, and we work with very highly experienced people to do this. And what we let them do is to make a workshop for a community group. And that is what happens then. Art is not something that sort of beams an idea at people, but art becomes the method whereby you hang out to talk to each other and get to know each other. So art, because it becomes a community tool.
It's a good inclination, John.
Because,
wrong one.
It is wonderful.
Good inclination,
for
John.
Instance, when you see that the students meet in the primary school kids and they're like super surprised, like, wow, these kids, they really know what they want. And of course they know what they want. Yeah, everybody knows what they want. You know, like, when they meet the elders group and they think they're going to sort of like entertain the elders, and you don't know that within 5 minutes they will be completely ruled by the elders and telling all their secrets to the elders, because you know, because they're like in their mid-20s and they have not, and they're often international students. We're a very, very international school. They have not seen elders for a while, so it is so lovely to have this. And these elders, they humor those kids, and these elders don't give a shit about the Royal College of Art. They don't even care. And why would they? It's not part of their life. And that's what we
BYT.
try to teach people.
Have a good one.
Like,
We're almost done.
When you're part of the institution, you're not part
So
of anybody's
close.
life. You're part of the system. And then it is a way, art is a way to wean people out of that institutional thought in order to meet each other. And I think good art, and we done like, so we talked about Red Forest a bit, like I was so kind to introduce me with that. We started to make at some point the Rerum Natura, Lucretius' book. We started to make it in Kiev in 21 because the Rerum Natura discussed everything what was going on there. A civil war, there was a pandemic. We were talking about difference without separability. So it talks about atomism and how it makes people. And we were just starting to make dances with people there. And we didn't sometimes speak the language, or English comes or in Europe already, but definitely a bit further east. English becomes a sort of a bag of words, and you just share them a bit and you try out words if they work. And it's all fine, right? It is not so, in a non-English context, it doesn't matter so much. You can communicate with anybody in English. And what we started to do there is we started to just make friends with the help of Lucretius by just making a performance that in the end took 2.5 hours, and that was fine. And we made it in 4 weeks, and it was basically we were trying to find each other, and we shared it with the audience, which was also trying to find us. So the whole thing became a thing about trying to find each other in a space where people, it was not their space, and they felt it very clearly. They felt under threat. Meanwhile, Ukraine was rehearsing their Independence Day military parade. So there were tanks driving around us, airplanes flying above us. And still we were just trying to find each other. And I think that was one of the most helpful projects in that sense to bring. And you bring intellectuality and you bring yourself. And we've been, if you ever have a chance to eat Australian pizza, go for it. It's the best pizza you'll ever eat.
Don't tell that to Neapolitans.
yeah. No, the Australian pizza is like wonderful. And so that is, I think, the role of art. Because in the end, the role of art is to open your senses so that you can connect to something new.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This is really fun, and I love thinking through all of the, you really covered a lot of expanse, and I really appreciate it. I would like to bring it back to my obsession, which is health. And
Yeah.
I really appreciated the very simple statement of being against autonomy, and especially appreciate the sort of clarity with which you're laying that out as this sort of trap of constrained choice, in addition, I think, to kind of being part of a biographical language. And I'm interested too in like having spoken with a number of activists who are kind of like working on health. A lot of the folks that I've spoken with who have a similar critique of autonomy are like, yeah, sometimes we call it autonomy, but what we really need is collective self-determination.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate that.
Being able to kind of collectively determine how to like make health help us meet the conditions of life that we deserve and require, right? And that's not something that's even necessarily specific to trans people. I think as you're mentioning, like the connections between reproductive freedoms,
disability also,
disability in general, right?
Yeah.
That people need care as a way to cultivate the material of life. And so to get to the question part, I'm interested in if you have any thoughts on kind of like how people are doing that, like how that's happening within collectives, and specifically how that happens within kind of modes of prefiguration, for lack of a better word. And I'm just thinking about like the role of institutions here feels so big because it's so hard to get medicine and healthcare outside of the institution of medicine. And so maybe some modes of prefigurative collective self-determination are like DIY hormones.
DIY hormones! Yo! I knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew they were going to mention DIY hormones. Let's go. For everyone who thinks they're not making their own DIY hormones, this is like the second presentation we've watched from this event this week in which they explicitly mention DIY fucking hormones because these people are making their own hormones They're concocting them based on their own recipes that they've created, and then they're distributing them outside of the capitalist medical system. DIY hormones are a response to the capitalist medical system that wants to maintain the gender binary, that is forcing them to go through these processes where they are either a man or a woman. They don't want to be a man or a woman. Thus, they make their own fucking DIY hormones. Let's fucking go.
And, just thinking about like the role of institutions here feels so big because it's so hard to get medicine and healthcare outside of the institution of medicine. And so maybe some modes of prefigurative collective self-determination are like.
So if you couldn't hear that, they're talking about getting healthcare outside of the capitalist medical system. I know that the sound is soft. We just got to deal. Sunspot, thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that, my dear.
So big because it's so hard to get medicine and healthcare outside of the institution of medicine. And so maybe some modes of prefigurative collective self-determination are like DIY hormones and learning scalpel work and things like that. But others might be like finding spaces within the institutions to not be as constrained by the institution.
Yeah.
So there's a question in there somewhere. I think it's just how do we kind of navigate these tensions within these different modes of prefiguration as we work against and with the institutions that can at least currently offer us these things.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's really nice because the against autonomy position bit in the book is like, Maker and I had so many conversations about this, about like, what does it mean to go against autonomy when it's like the framework that we're trying to, we're like reproductive justice and autonomy.
Are DIY hormones a good idea? No. No, they're not a good idea. No, but they're doing them anyway. They're doing it anyway. These people take hormones like a party drug, guys. Like literally, I have them on video talking about this from years ago. They take hormones like a party drug.
Maker and I had so many conversations about this, about like, what does it mean to go against autonomy when it's like the framework that we're trying to, we're like reproductive justice and autonomy is like the terms of this organizing in Europe. And then I was like, but self-determination is this anti-colonial, it's a term that comes up through anti-colonial thinking. And Maker's like, oh no, but what you just need is collective is just the key word here, right? Yeah. And then next to that, thinking about, okay, so this is like I'm not going to give the intellectual history of this thought for myself, but obviously we write about care a lot in this book, and I already had written this chapter that's in Transgender Marxism about queer and transsocial reproduction, which kind of, all of that thinking emerges
Wrote a chapter
out
in
of,
Transgender Marxism.
Queer crip community care from our lives, so being situated around a number of disabled trans folks and queer folks who are, it's not even, I would say it's the mode of collective care that our community was practicing, and this is in South London, wasn't even formalized because it was just our social relationships. It was like, come and eat, go to somebody else's house and eat. Oh, whose house is accessible? Oh, who's got the spoons to do some cooking? Who's got the tools to deal with the disability welfare appointments, which in the UK have been like, there's basically like an IT company assesses if you're sick enough to get disability benefit. It's like horrendous. And now they're trying to cut all those benefits too. So it's like all these layers, right?
So Transgender Marxism is a specific book that was written by like multiple people, like everyone basically wrote a chapter. It was presented at the Socialism 2022 conference. Yeah, we've covered Transgender Marxism like multiple times.
And so on the one hand, it's these informal practices, and then also recognizing the sense of that.
That's the one.
The power of the informality is that it can just be our everyday lives. But the limit is simultaneously the kinds of norms that get re-encoded through the things that we do together, even in a collective, right? Which is to say, disability is still encoded through whiteness. It's still kind of framed in these forms. It was also a point where a lot of us were describing as mad. This is in the 2010s. I describe as mad. But simultaneously, the like overarching term of madness can also allied in the violences of institutional psychiatry and then the constructive thinking around
Not this
neurodiversity that
person
we now
specifically,
have,
no.
right? And that can also affect how it's possible to live. Example 1. Situation 2. I've been involved in trans healthcare activism in Scotland. So I moved to Scotland. That's from South London. Moved to Scotland nearly 9 years ago now, and found myself very quickly involved in autonomous trans healthcare organizing. And the interesting thing is, so I was part of a collective. We were a chapter of a national organization, although we were like the weird anarchic wing or whatever, and I'm not an anarchist, lol. It's fine. But it was also about trying to figure out what kinds of conversations and thinking and practices we could build together. And next to a group that was in this like, oh, do we need to become a charity? Do we need to become an NGO in order for people to get paid to do the kind of work? Because we believe transition care should be paid, even if it's based in the community. And even though we did lots of, we were Edinburgh Action for Trans Health, even though we did loads of work and thinking about DIY approaches to trans healthcare, be that
it's actually
sharing
Tommy.
hormones, be that doing solidarity funds, doing loads of fundraising because people just wanted to give us money because we were trans people with a bucket on the street. The kinds of things that we were doing then started getting picked up by other people in our area, and that's not just say our city, it's also in neighboring cities. And then like with this kind of 3-year turnover where every 3 years there's a whole new community of trans people came into a space where community healthcare practices were a given. Experimentation was the way to find things. You know, I started meeting people who were like, oh, it's like, what's your trans route? And they're like, oh yeah, I went to Glasgow. And somebody was like, do you want to take some estrogen? I was like, that sounds fun, you know? And that kind of thing.
They're doing transing hormones as party drugs. Do you want to take some estrogen? Oh yeah, that sounds fun. That's not getting on some sort of protocol. That's popping pills before you, or creams, or they have other methods too, or injecting yourself with something before you go to the club. That's what they're talking about doing.
Were a given. Experimentation was the way to find things. You know, I started meeting people who were like, oh, it's like, what's your trans route? And they're like, oh yeah, I went to Glasgow. And somebody was like, do you want to take some estrogen? I was like, that sounds fun, you know? And that kind of thinking just became part of the community approaches to trans healthcare because the gender clinic had completely failed. Because the waiting lists were like 3 to 5 years. There was no care if you were under 18, you know, and in that insufficiency of the waiting, people are like, we don't need to wait, so we can just do it ourselves.
Skittles.
Then what happens is we have a whole other set of questions and concerns around harm reduction and support. And in Scotland at the moment, there's on the one hand, there's really cutting edge harm reduction work happening around safe rooms for people using hard drugs. But simultaneously, there's this exceptionalizing and siloing of trans care where the trans people who are trying to get blood work done through harm reduction clinics are being denied access to treatment because they're like, oh, you're trans, you need to go to the gender clinic. And no one can get into the gender clinic for like 3 years. So, and then next to that, some people are doing community research. We don't even know who they are. So we're kind of like, huh, who's doing this survey about trans healthcare use? Like, we don't even know. Does anyone, do you know, like our friends who are also doing stuff is like, do you know who's doing this? But that's just to say that these practices just became embedded in the community. So, and there's loads of risks in that. And like, you can't handle testosterone without a license in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So especially.
Hey, Mark, thanks so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I'm probably being annoying, but you know what, bro? You sent me money. You sent me money, so I don't care if you're being annoying. And I know many people have tried, but I'm going to ask Sargon to set up an interview or live stream together with you discussing communism and the left. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna say no. If Sargon wants to have a conversation with me about the left, I will literally have a conversation with anyone about the left. I really will. If someone wants to come to me and have a good faith conversation that's actually like, I'm not interested in a debate. I'm not interested in arguing with people. I'm not interested in like you know, I'm not interested in fucking drama, essentially. But like, if he wants to have an actual conversation about what this is, keeping in mind, I focus on America. This is being presented at an American conference. I know they have accents, so it's confusing, but like, I focus on what's going on in America. That's not always the same as what's going on in the UK. I would be completely open to that conversation. I have tried many times to reach out to Sargon. He has never responded. I know many people have tried many times to reach out to him. It's never amounted to anything. If you want to give it a try, I'm not going to tell you no. I am going to say, don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen, because the vast majority of people are simply not interested in a real conversation about this topic because they think they fucking know everything. And no, Sargon doesn't know everything. He doesn't, especially when it comes to America. Again, you can cut him some slack. He's in the fucking UK. He's not supposed to know everything about America. He is not American. But like, if you want to give it a try, I say go ahead. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I stopped doing that a long time ago with these people. And by these people, I mean content creators, because I generally think the most content creators are inauthentic grifters. I would love to be proven wrong about that regarding him. So if you want to do it, go right ahead, bro. Go right ahead. Give it a try. Don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen. I won't be. I already have the base level expectation that it's not going to happen. And if something comes of it, I'll be pleasantly surprised. So I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
People who are using tea. And next to that, it's also being like, okay, so how do you share the skills that you need to do it safely? Often about using, like doing safe injections. And then there's loads of stuff around particular medications, like you can't get injectable estrogen on prescription in the UK. It's not licensed for anyone. And then saying these are the points of potential solidarity between trans healthcare, feminist healthcare, crip care, you know, where it's like, how do we start trying to build a coalition around what we all can try and group together to change? Because there's already so much intersection and intermeshing between our communities. So, and I don't know, that's like this, I feel like there's this moment where it's like, okay, so how do we start trying to articulate that as this like coalitional organizing in the face of what's happening now? Because that's how you're going to defeat the attack on trans healthcare, is having a broad-based coalitional healthcare movement that says we're pro-feminist, pro-trans, pro-crip, you know, pro-migrant healthcare. And we all have different issues potentially, but they all are related to each other. And yeah, I don't know, that's my hope.
I think like, so before I go to talk about healthcare, I'm going to talk about philosophy for a second. So
Philosophy.
One of the issues is not that autonomy is by an exciting group of activists, thinkers, retranslated into a term that is way more helpful. The autonomy is an anchor that will pull the people coming behind them back into the norm. And I think this is one of the reasons and why these words should go, because it keeps us tethered to things. And that breakout, so we have seen it so often. I mean, it's also maybe my age or something, like I've been around for a while. So you see the same movement happen and again, where people put so much effort into reinterpreting a term and only to, the term is like back, right? So just dump the term, and then the new term, everything can be co-opted by the norm, like by hegemony. But autonomy literally means giving yourself the law. And while Nat is the Marxist in the team, I am the anarchist, and this is really where my struggle lies. I do not want to organize myself as an institution. I don't want to give myself the law. I don't want to be a rule giver in the kingdom of ends, as Immanuel Kant wants it. I don't want that. And this is where it comes from, right? It is literally the Kantian lineage that I want to, because Machiavelli started to use this term, right, to talk about independence for Italian city-state. And Kant read Machiavelli and took that and started to organize us as institutions in a way, like people. And this is partly by fight. So this is why I want to get rid of that term, because I think it is an unhelpful way of thinking, and it comes with a lot of It's not free. It's not free to use it. It keeps you tethered to something that we should break and cut, I think. And then with collective self-determination, I like that. But in individualizing societies, the self will always be the major emphasis. And so, of course, when I talk with hormones with my friends, and so I was on the pills. And it goes a bit like this. I was on the pills, and the pills were really bad because my hormone numbers were very, very low, and endocrinologist was.
I wouldn't read too much into like the distinction between Marxists and like anarchists. When they say anarchists, they mean anarcho-communists. So this is basically like extreme radicalized Marxism, whereas the other one is more of like an academic Marxist, which it doesn't mean they're not revolutionary. It just means like when it comes to like revolutionary socialists, not everyone is Antifa. Antifa is a subset of revolutionary socialists. There are a lot of academics that are like intellectually revolutionary socialists. Are they going to go out and actually like fight the revolution? No, they expect other people to do it. But like when someone is saying like they're an anarchist, they're an anarcho-communist, they're saying they're a more extreme radicalized version of it. But I wouldn't read too much into like they're all revolutionary communists. They all ultimately want the same thing, which is the violent overthrow of the government. They just have slightly different ideas about what's going to happen after that happens. I hope that makes sense.
Thinking about his yacht, I think.
Almost done, guys.
Really
5 minutes.
Want to listen to what I was feeling. So then you had to go for a while. And at some point I had an endocrinologist in the gender clinic in the Netherlands. And this person, like everybody was talking about her because she apparently cared. So she started to prescribe everybody new hormones and upping the doses and changing the carrier and this kind of things. And so everybody's like, wow, she's amazing. We never saw her anymore. Everybody saw her exactly once, but everybody was on a slightly better program. And then I got implants. That was great. You could put them
implants
in a muscle. For me, it was my butt. And then they would sit there for 5-6 months and slowly dissolve, and they don't run through your liver. So that is really, really cool. The first thing the liberal government, the conservative liberal government did was cut menopause medication because this one was too expensive. So all trans people also lost this medication. That was really, really good for us. And we felt it because we were really close in the world. And so we went back on the pills. So you remove yourself a bit from the world because that is how the medication works. And you find it out by testing with your friends to see how your physical responses are, where your affect is. But I also know by that time that that medication that I take through my stomach runs through my liver. And at some point, now I'm 50, it will shred my liver. You know, it's just bad for me. So I come to the UK. And there I thankfully don't have to go to the gender clinic because this is one of the reasons why I moved to the UK, because I don't want to live in the Netherlands anymore because of the gender clinic. And I have a GP. Now, my GP is... I think is that the same as the
Primary
PCP
care.
here? Yeah, okay. So the PCP GP knows nothing about trans healthcare. So I can go to my friends, we collect all the test numbers and test data that I need to have, and I can sit down with the hormone specialist and train them what they should test. Then I want to change my hormones. This is dangerous. So what I do, I go to one of my friends. This friend is on gel, and I heard the gel was quite good. So I was like, do you have a bottle of gel for me? So and they go like, yeah, just lose 2 squirts, but maybe try 3 if you don't feel great. So for a month, I'm rubbing this gel and feeling where I feel good. Then I go to the GP and I go like, oh, I'm a bit afraid for my liver. Can I maybe switch to the gel? Yes, it goes to GP. We can do this. Start with 2 squirts. Yes, sure, babe. So rubbing 3 squirts, and I go like, oh, sorry, GP, I upped it because I didn't feel so well. And by the time she was helping me, because she knew that I knew more about hormones than she did in my case.
The reason that they are doing DIY hormones is because they believe they know more about the hormones than the doctors do. Because they've been experimenting in their little tranny communities for decades and decades, and they've developed concoctions that they literally make in their fucking bathrooms, and then they use the concoctions, and then they go to the doctors, and they believe that they know more about the hormones than the doctors do. Yeah, their data is more reliable than the capitalized medical industry. Yeah, isn't that fucking wild? Again. I just got this gel from one of my friends and I started using it, and then I went to the doctor and, I mean, come on, man. And by the way, the gel, the lotion that they rub, like I literally right now, I showed this the other day. I have it at the top of the pile. I know I have it at the top of the pile. Why the fuck isn't it here it is right here. Produce your own transdermal. I literally have a zine about how to make the fucking lotion that they're talking about. This little pamphlet is literally an instruction manual about how to make the estrogen shit that you rub on yourself. I bought this at a revolutionary bookstore in Chicago when I was in Chicago to go undercover at a bunch of trans events. So they literally write zines about how to make that shit and distribute it in large quantities.
The test data that I need to have, and I can sit down with the hormone specialist and train them what they should test. Then I want to change my hormones. This is dangerous. So what I do, I go to one of my friends. This friend is on gel, and I heard the gel was quite good. So
That's funny, still the same.
Do you have a bottle of gel for me? So and they go like, yeah, just lose 2 squirts, but maybe try 3 if you don't feel great. So for a month, I'm rubbing this gel and feeling where I feel good. Then I go to the GP and I go like, oh, I'm a bit afraid for my liver. Can I maybe switch to the gel? Yes, it goes to GP. We can do this. Start with 2 squirts. Yes, sure, babe. So rubbing 3 squirts, and I go like, oh, sorry, GP, I upped it because I didn't feel so well. And by the time she was helping,
they put the lotion on the body. Yeah, they do.
Yeah. I knew more about hormones than she did in my case. Where it then becomes self-determination again, but only like at the very last moment, like I need 2 squirts. And when I was going here, and I was so nervous coming into the US, right? And I flew in on Chance Day of Visibility because I don't know why I booked the tickets on that day. It was a bit unhelpfully punk rock. But then in Heathrow, my bag needed to be checked. And yeah, it is an older woman. And she goes like, oh, I also use these hormones. Oh, that's so nice. Do you like it? Yeah, I also like it. The patches, no, I also didn't like the patches. How many squirts do you take? Oh, you take 2, I take 3. And we're both super enthusiastic about each other's hormones, right? And this is a moment where the connection and isolation gets broken. And I had already talked about this project that we're setting up in Tower Hamlets, where we get women of color who don't have the recognizable symptoms. They don't get the right medication. And like a friend of ours ended up with a heart condition because of it. And all the knowledge that she has about hormones, she'll learn from trans femmes. So this is why we said this. And I think this is collective work. And then the next step we hope to do is start to produce our own hormones.
Bonding over.
Because of course we need to.
We start to produce our own hormones. Oh, we know more about the hormones than the doctors do. So of course we see, this is why, guys, just keep in mind, you are the intrepid warriors. If you're still watching right now, 5 hours into the stream, you are the intrepid warriors who stayed until the end. And it took until the end of the presentation for them to talk about making their own DIY hormones. And this is the good shit. This is why you have to suffer through the boring parts. This is why you have to be prepared to stay until the very end, whether you like it or not. I don't know what it is about the left, but usually, maybe not always, but like 50% of the time, the craziest shit comes out at literally the very end of the fucking presentation. I don't know what it is with them, but they save all the insanity until the last 15 fucking minutes. So you guys did it. You made it. And because you made it, you get the DIY hormone clip that the rest of the losers who abandoned the stream early on, they don't get the DIY hormone. They're like, this is boring. This is stupid. Why is that a man? Why are they talking funny? I can't hear them. You're too loud. The volume is like all the fucking complaining that happened at the beginning. They don't get the DIY hormone bit because they were massive pussies and they didn't stay until the fucking end. again, they, them.
Symptoms, they don't get the right medication. And like a friend of ours ended up with a heart condition because of it. And all the knowledge that she has about hormones, she learned from trans femmes. So this is why we said this. And I think this is collective work. And then the next step we hope to do is start to produce our own hormones. Because of course we need to test our hormones and we need access to a lab. And that is what our GP provides. But honestly, if we just rely on the pharmaceutical industry, they're going to test it out on populations in Bangladesh. And that is really what we need to stop.
Yeah, it's the same as this. It's the same. Literally, the crime think piece is the same as the manual I have sitting on. It's exactly the same thing. If you want to read this Boobs Not Bomb Things, the guide to producing this is literally the title of this zine that I have sitting on my desk that I got at the Socialist bookstore in Chicago. Same exact content.
We might as well test it out on ourselves because we're going to take that stuff anyway. So then we talk about just mainly collective determination about how do we want to live together with hormones and how do we deal with taking. And then the very, very, very last step is, oh, I take 3 squirts and you take 2. But that is really almost irrelevant. It's the point of irrelevance. But in individual society, it's the point of, this is the primary point. It's you and your wishes, but it's not. Cool. Yeah. So let's leave it there.
Let's leave it there. That's it. That's it. Is that
Have
it?
we worn you down?
Yes. Yes, we've been worn down.
Comments also welcome.
No, no more questions. No. No.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, guys. Yeah, it's been a long day indeed. We made it. We did it. Bro, this is not about being trans. This is about queer. You need to go back and watch the stream from the beginning, guys. No. Listen. Do you want to know why, Bob, you're confused about this? It's because you listen to conservative retard media. These people have always been the biggest problem. The pro-trans people, as you put it, are not actually the fucking problem. These people are the problem. My recommendation for you, stop watching retard conservative content and you will stop being given retard conservative talking points. That is my best suggestion. All right, guys, we just spent 5 hours watching content from the Trans Freedom School. We still have more to watch, but we're not going to watch any more tonight. We are done. We made it. You guys did it. You are the intrepid warriors that made it until the very end, because we are in training for the next 2 weeks leading up to the Socialism Conference, when we will watch 12 hours of socialism in a single fucking day. Dan Vicious over on Rumble with the Rumble Rant. I still have Crime Think booklets and stickers from 2003. They still have all that stuff on their website, bro. Appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. All right, guys. All right. We're done. Class dismissed. You guys made it. I want to thank everyone who donated 100 new channel memberships today. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. I appreciate it all, guys. I am 100% independently funded by you. I can't do streams like this where we stream socialism for 5 hours and spend our time breaking it down and rewinding and listening again and explaining the language and answering questions and stuff like that. And occasionally banning some people when they don't want to get along. And occasionally, we have to clear out the interlopers and stuff like that. I appreciate all of you very much. On Sundays, I usually take the day off. I am planning on taking the day off tomorrow. We will be doing movie night in the supporter Discord at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We're watching iRobot for sure this week. Last week, I thought it was iRobot and it was really her. But we're definitely watching iRobot this week. I promise. And we were doing that at 7 p.m. Eastern time. You will be able to find a link to the Discord in the post tab in the community. I will post the link tomorrow afternoon. You can also find it in the Substack chat if you're a subscriber over on Substack. I so appreciate all of you. Thank you for letting me do what I do. And if you don't come to movie night tomorrow, I will be back on Monday when we will do it all over again. Appreciate you guys. Love you. I'll see you.
How are you feeling?
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.